Razo. Well, not yet.
Recording in progress.
5 minutes to find it again. 1 second.
Anybody out?
I'm gonna stop it and do like this.
This is treasure tax collector.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Board of Retirement for Wednesday, the 7th of May, 2025. First item up. Whoa.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Robbins. This meeting is being held virtually and in person, so I will do a roll call of the trustees to confirm attendance. Mr. Green?
Present.
Mr. Razo?
Present.
Mr. Harris?
Present.
Ms. Besler?
Present.
Mr. Kehoe?
Present.
Mr. Rue?
Here.
Mr. Moore?
Here.
Ms. Langton?
Present.
Mr. Oakham?
Present.
Chair Robbins?
Present.
Trustee Ginsburg will not be joining us today. Staff participating in the meeting include Deputy CEO Louis Lugo, Assistant Executive Officers JJ Popowich and Laura Guglielmo, CIO John Grable and Deputy CIO Jude Perez, Chief Counsel Stephen Rice, Senior Staff Counsel Allison Barrett, Frank Boyd, and Jean Kim, Legislative Affairs Officer Barry Liu, LACERA's Medical Advisor Dr. Glenn Erisman. Staff and managers participating today include Carly Natoya, Kathy Delino, Chat Arande, Ricky Contreras, Elsie Gutierrez, Ted Granger, Cassandra Smith, Louis Gittins, Vincent Lim, Tamara Caldwell, Tatiana Bayer, Zach Meth, James Beasley, and Lindsay Knight. Joe Rice from CBIS Talent and Compensation Solutions will also be joining us today. Trustees, please use the raise your hand Zoom option to be placed in the queue. At this time, we ask all meeting participants to mute their mics until you are ready to speak. And now we may proceed with the agenda.
Thank you very much. First item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Moore, would you like to lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Item 3.
Yes, we do have one request from Trustee Rue for Just Cause A. Trustee Rue, can you publicly disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room with you?
18, no.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Approval of the minutes. Item 4A, need a motion to approve the minutes of the April 2nd meeting.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Okay,
I'll get.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Razo?
Aye.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Ms. Langton?
Yes.
Mr. Oakham?
Aye.
Ms. Besler?
Aye.
Chair Robbins?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously by all trustees present.
Thank you very much. Public comment. We have one request from the public to address the board.
Yes, so disability retirement application 5454B, Yolanda Lampkin. You may approach the podium. You will have 3 minutes to address the board.
Good morning, esteemed members of the board. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. I come before you not only as a 52-year-old servant with over 3 decades of experience in the probation department, but also a mother of 2 young children who need me alive, well, and present. I began my career August 8th, 1994 as a group supervisor nights at Barry J. Nightoff Juvenile Hall. During the first month of training, I'll never forget what an instructor and many of my employees over the years have said. Most people don't make it to retirement. And if they do, they only receive 6 retirement checks before they die. At 21, I didn't believe that could happen to me. But at 52, facing a heart condition triggered by chronic stress, I now fear it could be me. In 2017, a retired staff member compiled a list of a list of 318 fallen probation employees. Of those, 219 died before retirement, many from heart-related issues. That list hasn't been updated since then, the real number likely far higher. I was diagnosed with frequent premature ventricular contractions, a heart rhythm disorder that prevents my heart from properly. I've experienced dizziness, chest pain, fatigue, shortness of breath, and anxiety. I even had to undergo a heart procedure, a catheter ablation, to reduce the PVCs. My medical and mental health team made it clear the kind of stress I face in my current work could trigger another dangerous episode even after treatment. When I am under stress, my heart becomes electrically unstable. For me, stress is not uncomfortable, it's potentially deadly. And yet, the job I love, the career I've given everything to, ordered field DPOs to work or rotating 90-day shifts in juvenile hall and soon juvenile camps. These facility environments are toxic, severely understaffed, volatile, and often unsafe. Assaults on staff have become normal. Field DPOs are now doing less with less, and morale is at an all-time low. Many have retired early because they're unable to keep up with the physical demands of juvenile halls. During my own deployment, I experienced serious physical and emotional symptoms: migraines, muscle tension, chest pain, severe anxiety, emotional exhaustion, and sleep deprivation. To make matters worse, for employees with medical restrictions, there are almost no light duty options. We're told to go home and use your own time, sometimes hundreds of hours each year, until we can return without limitations. I also want to note that I didn't feel the medical exam I underwent was thorough. It did not adequately address the specific issues surrounding how my job-related stress has directly impacted my heart condition. That oversight could cost me my health or my life. I've done everything in my power to stay well. As advised by my therapist, I've implemented several practices to help with the stress and anxiety. But all of that is not enough to counteract the intense demands and dangers of my work environment. I want to leave this department with dignity, not be carried out on a stretcher. So today, I respectfully ask that you approve my disability retirement. I'm not asking for a way out. I'm asking for a lifeline to preserve the health I have fought so hard to regain. Thank you for your time, your compassion, and hearing my truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do know you're on the agenda later today, so you will be made aware of what the board's decision is.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
sir.
Item 6, executive update. Louis.
Thank you Thank you very much, Chair Robbins, and good morning, trustees. So each month we take a moment to recognize LACERA staff who have been nominated by their fellow staff members for going above and beyond the call of duty to help members or each other. And so this month we recognize the folks that you'll see on your screen: Laura Magallanes, Judith Kajulis, Helen Huang, and Diana Huang. And then our web watcher is Simon Gasco. So thank you very much for everything that you do. And with that, we'll move to the member spotlight. So one moment. Up here. The member spotlight is a way for LACERA to recognize the public servants that care for the constituents of Los Angeles County. It's also an opportunity for all of us to reflect on why we do what we do as we serve our members and empower them to enjoy a healthy and secure retirement. This month, we're going to recognize one of our own, Deanna Hernandez, who worked in our document processing center as a document processing coordinator. 28 years of service. Deanna is a wonderful individual, a bright ray of light and sunshine to work with, extremely knowledgeable for the tasks that she did for so many years as so dedicated to LACERA. And so we thank her for her service. She prided herself in her long career here at LACERA and her commitment to her role. And she looks forward to finishing a few home projects and volunteering at her church in her retirement, a well-deserved retirement. So thank you very much, Deanna.
Hey, thank you, JJ. And again, good Good morning, and we're not in the afternoon yet, but good morning, Chair Robbins, trustees. Just a few updates from our CEO report. You'll see that we updated the vacancy report based on some feedback we had from trustees in the BOI. So the vacancy report now has specific activity as it relates to not only open positions, but really vacancies that are in the various stages of the recruitment process. So you'll see that highlighted. And again, we're still working heavily on trying to get capacity, but again, that'll give you a good depiction in terms of the activities within the HR team as it relates to recruitment. Benefit security, uncertain times. So we will have a featured article in both our newsletters, our pathway newsletters, as well as our spotlight relating to just the security the defined benefit plan brings. It's part of our commitment to make sure that from an educational standpoint, our members understand the benefit security they have with their DB, the defined benefit, I should say. So there's going to be an article featured again on the spotlight and the pathways. And again, thank you to investments as well as benefits for contributing to that article and providing that reassurance to our members. Offsite, May 20th and 21st, we're in the latter stages of planning. So thank you to those team members that are getting ready to present to the board, as well as completing all of their information and getting that ready for our trustees, for all of you. So we look forward to a really engaging session, both on the 20th and 21st. The 21st, day 2, will be focused on the retiree healthcare program, as well as some sessions with Siegel and federal legislation. So look forward to those sessions on day 2. And then lastly, just an update on the lifetime maximum benefit. As you are aware, we're increasing effective with July 1st, 2025, the lifetime maximum benefit for Anthem plans, Prudent Buyer 1 and 2, to 1.5 million from 1 million. We are actively engaging the county now. As earlier, Mr. Murphy discussed, our renewal period starts in October. We're engaging the county now to make sure we have a decision in terms of their approach, either to eliminate or raise that cap further. And the goal for us is, again, to eliminate it. With that, I'm going to pass it to JJ to go over a couple of updates on safety elections as well as March Madness. JJ?
Thank you very much. So we'll do the March Madness first. A slight increase over the last 3 years in the number of retirements in March Madness. You'll see there's a chart in the CEO's report. We'll do a deeper dive into that experience at the June Operations Oversight Committee, where we'll share some additional information on that. And then safety member elections is on its way. Our first mailer dropped yesterday at the post office, so that's going out to members. In the CEO report, there is a calendar. So the first mailer that goes out, it's a postcard. I call it a call for candidates postcard. It goes out to all eligible safety members so that they know that there's an election and they can go ahead and gives them instructions on where to contact to get the package that they would need to complete in order to be involved in the election. And then there's a full slate of events that's coming up. You'll see in the memo. The candidate filing period officially starts on May 23rd. The candidate filing period ends on June 23rd. And then voting begins on August 4th and will end on August 29th. And then we should know towards the end of September, early October, about the final results of the election. And so we'll keep sharing with you the various mailers and emails that go out so that, and then whatever other information comes up regarding the elections.
And that concludes our report. Stand for any questions.
Anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we're on item 7, disability retirement applications. On the consent agenda, the first batch of sheriff's cases, 622E through 651E. I need a motion.
So moved.
Motion and a second.
Mr. Kehoe?
Aye.
Mr. Razzo?
Aye.
Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Ms. Langton? Aye. Mr. Oakham?
Aye.
Ms. Besler?
Aye.
Mr. Root?
Yes.
Chair Robbins?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously by all trustees present.
The next batch are fire cases, 1941B through 1955B.
So moved.
Mr. Green,
Aye.
Mr. Rozzo,
Aye.
Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Ms. Langton. Yes. Mr. Oakham.
Aye.
Ms. Besler,
Aye.
Mr. Rue,
Yes.
Chair Robbins.
I'm an aye.
The motion passes unanimously by all trustees present.
The next batch are general member applications on the service-connected disability consent agenda items, cases 2918C versus 2933C.
Second.
Mr. Green,
Aye.
Mr. Rozzo,
Aye.
Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Ms. Langton, Mr. Oakham,
Aye.
Ms. Besler,
Aye.
Mr. Rue,
Yes.
Chair Robbins.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously by all trustees present.
And last but not least, there is one case on the consent agenda for a non-service connected disability, case 4511. Need a motion. I'll second it.
Mr. Green,
Aye.
Mr. Rozzo,
Aye.
Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Ms. Langton, Mr. Oakham,
Aye.
Ms. Besler,
Aye.
Mr. Rue,
Yes.
Chair Robbins.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We're now on to item 8. These are consent items A through E. Need a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Green,
Aye.
Mr. Rozzo,
Aye.
Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Ms. Langton, Mr. Oakham, Ms. Besler,
Aye.
Mr. Rue,
Yes.
Chair Robbins.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously by all trustees present.
Thank you very much. We are now on reports, item 11A. Salary adjustments for investment officer staff members. Mr. Lugo, do you?
So it's this one here. So it is.
Item 10A, my mistake. Fiscal year 25-26 proposed administrative retiree healthcare and OPEB benefits budgets.
Good morning, Chair Robbins and trustees. Delighted to be here with you today. My name is Ricky Contreras, and I'm the Administrative Services Division Manager. This fiscal year, our budgetary focus was on prudence, ensuring that our financial decisions are both sustainable and align with our strategic priorities, initiatives, and long-term goals. We prioritize limiting growth in administrative expenses while still investing strategically in key areas that are essential for the strength and efficiency of LACERA. Our strategic initiative this year have been centered around streamlining our internal capabilities, particularly in information technology and human resources. These investments are critical to support our operational needs and to ensure that we have people and tools necessary to manage our pension system effectively. By focusing on these key areas, we are committed to maintaining the integrity and reliability of our services, ensuring that we continue to meet our fiduciary responsibilities, which we'll cover briefly in the next slide. For this reason, you will hear directly from Kathy Delino, who leads our systems team, and from Dr. Carlina Toya, who leads our human resources team as well today. Actually, Bonnie, can we skip to slide 6? I'm gonna do a little condensed version of this. Oh, perfect. For fiscal year 25-26, the statutory limit under SORL is approximately 199 million. That limit is set at 21 basis points of the actuarial accrued liability as of June 30th, 2024. The proposed budget totals approximately 146 million. The difference, which is referred to as unappropriated funds, is approximately 53 million. And this amount remains available to the boards to appropriate should some emergency or unplanned need were to arise. Because we have not budgeted for any COLA increases for the last 6 months of fiscal year 25-26, it is possible that staff may request an additional appropriation. However, every effort will be made to absorb that increase. Next slide, please. LACERA has 3 operating budgets, and we will spend most of our time today discussing our $146 million proposed administrative budget, which provides the necessary resources to administer the promised pension plan benefits and is funded from pension plan assets. LACERA's pension plan trust cannot be used to fund other post-entitlement benefits, such as retiree health care. So any staff or resources spent toward those purposes must be reimbursed to the pension plan. The retiree healthcare benefits program proposed budget, which is $13.1 million for fiscal year 25-26, provides the resources to administer the retiree healthcare benefits for eligible retirees. Administrative costs, including staff and expenses, are funded through an administrative fee currently $8 per member, per plan, per month. Please note that administrative costs are held in a separate account where they are collected and used to fund the retiree healthcare division's operating expenses. Over time, administrative fees collected have at times exceeded actual administrative expenses, resulting in an accumulated surplus balance. This accumulated surplus funds current day shortfalls between the actual fees collected and administrative expenses. Additionally, RHC staff negotiate healthcare premiums, but those costs are not included in the RHC budget. RHC bills the plan sponsors, which are LA County, Superior Court, and LACERA, as well as special districts, for healthcare premium costs on a pay-as-you-go basis and passes those funds through to pay the carriers. Finally, the OPEB trust was established to pre-fund the retiree healthcare liability for employees of LA County, the Superior Courts, and LACERA. Outside districts are not pre-funding. The trust names the Board of Investment to manage assets. Currently, OPEB trust is not used to pay premiums. The assets are invested with the goal of having the trust operate similarly to the pension trust fund, where investment earnings pay the majority of the costs and the employer sponsors pay only the actuarial determined contributions. The proposed OPEB trust budget for fiscal year 25-26 is $1.3 million. Next slide, please. This slide provides a snapshot of the 3-year trend for LACERA's administrative budget in the millions, with the orange column on the far right representing our fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget request. We will be discussing noteworthy changes in more details later in the presentation. Next slide, please. This chart provides a snapshot of the 3-year budget trend for retiree healthcare benefits program and the OPEB trust. The proposed budget for each is represented by the orange bar on the far right of both charts. Next slide, Bonnie. Thank you. This is a snapshot of the Board of Retirement strategic priorities as presented at the April Operations Oversight Committee. This slide is intended to emphasize that LACERA developed our work plans and budgets in alignment with the Board of Retirement strategic priorities. I will now turn the presentation over to Kathy Delano, who leads our information technology team and who will share in more detail our investment in technology.
Thank you, Ricky. Good morning. So I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about the IT spending plan for the current fiscal year and also for next fiscal year. LACERA has intentionally invested in technology over the last 5 years. It was really triggered by the pandemic, but it's continued as we're starting to see more returns on these technology investments. But LACERA is not alone. Globally, companies have been investing more in technology. And there is a quote that I like to use, so I apologize to everyone who's heard this quote 17 times, but Brian Moynihan, the CEO of Bank of America, famously said that Bank of America is just a technology company with a banking license. And so after that, other CEOs said, well, me too, we're a technology company too. And an IT journalist finally said, well, maybe every company is the technology company, and if they're not, maybe they should be. So I don't think that LACERA is a technology company. We are a mission-driven organization that embraces technology for continuous improvement. And so you can see that when you look at our strategic initiatives. We have 5 that we're working on, and only one of them calls out technology specifically, but all 5 are supported by new technology projects. So let's dig into some of the numbers. Next slide, please. So for the current year, we budgeted 25 million for the systems budget, and we're going to go into some highlights on some of the projects that we funded. Next slide, please. Probably the most popular project that we funded is the case management project. We finished phase 1 for this project, and it supports the disability retirement application, disability litigation, and the first payment process. We're looking forward to bringing you a presentation at a future OOC that will demonstrate the first payment process and talk about the return on investment for that project, but very successful, and the users are thrilled with the results. We also have the ECLM project. This is for contract maintenance, and we have launched this application and are starting to use it. Again, good return on investment so far. We'll be reporting more numbers about return on investment at a future OOC, but this particular project really took contract management out of email and put it into its own application. So a lot of time savings, just a lot more efficient. And then the one that I'm personally most excited about is the human resource solutions. We've expanded the use of NeoGov. We use some additional modules now, learn, recruit, and training, and really streamline the enrollment process for training. It's really, I've started to use it. We're starting to do recruiting for interns, and we're using that module, and again, takes everything out of email and puts it into more of a case management solution. So next slide, please. So for this year, the IT spending plan is 27 million, and I'm going to go through a few highlighted projects for next year as well. So I'm not going to dive into each one of these, but for division software new, we do have a digital mailroom solution, and this is really for business continuity. We've had a number of regional disasters over the last few years: fires, mudslides, civil unrest, and a pandemic. And it has made our building inaccessible, and this is where we process mail. So every time there is a regional disaster, we're impacted by it. So this digital mailroom solution will deliver our mail digitally to us. We also are embarking on a Microsoft Fabric implementation. We did a presentation on our data initiative to the OOC last month, and this is part of that initiative. It is using Microsoft Fabric to create a central repository for data that can be accessible throughout the organization. The last one in divisional is a project portfolio management system. This is really for our PMO division section of systems, and it's to do better resource planning and reporting on our projects. In terms of enterprise software, we do have phase 2 of the case management project in the spending plan, and the focus of that phase is going to be the death process, automating the death process and putting it into the case management system. We also have the member experience communication project, and that is the new call center solution. We've selected a vendor, and we will be implementing it next year. And then the last 2, enterprise knowledge management solution. This is to support our knowledge management initiative. It's one of our strategic initiatives, and it's really to centralize all of the knowledge at LACERA, so we can do better succession planning and share that knowledge. And GRC, we also have that on the plan too. Go ahead and skip to the next slide. So the next 2 slides, I'm highlighting 2 projects that we're asking for additional temporary spending on. And so the spending is different than what we usually do in systems. We do have vacancies in systems, so we use contractors quite a bit, but they're usually sitting against a position that's vacant. What we're asking for these next 2 projects are temporary resources work on these projects and be dedicated to them. The first one is the data initiative. It's our business intelligence strategic initiative. And if you heard the presentation before, you've heard some of this already, but it really is to centralize data governance and to decentralize access to the data. So historically, systems has kind of been gatekeeping the data. You know, we don't want to report data that we don't know is accurate. So it's been the access and the governance has been centralized. So the plan is to implement Microsoft Fabric, which is a product that will create a centralized, sanitized version of the data. And then throughout the organization, people can easily access it and create dashboards. So it's really a single source of reference. The way I like to describe it is moving from reporting to dashboards. So we do a lot of reporting now. We have reports that are distributed by email or available in SharePoint, but the minute the report is produced, it's no longer, it's dated. And also when reports are distributed, at least to me, when I receive the email, I don't need the report, but then when I need the report, I can't find it. So this solution really makes it real-time and accessible on a dashboard. So for this initiative, we are asking for a data architect temporarily to review our data lake, make sure all the pipelines from all the different data sources are using best practices. And then a business analyst and 2 business intelligence developers. And these are really to be dedicated to this and also upskill our staff. So we do have staff that will be participating in it, but we don't have any staff that are dedicated to this effort. So it's a 1.5-year project. We want to get it done, and we're asking for resources to do that. So next slide. The second project that I want to highlight is our migration project. So we still have, LACERA still has a mainframe. And the first computer that I programmed on was a mainframe. So I have a lot of appreciation for it. It's the resources that are available, the stability, the security, but in our experience at LACERA, it has not been scalable and it has not been portable. So we have been moving things off of the mainframe. And now there are a few mission critical batch programs running on it, but it doesn't justify what we're spending on it each year. So in addition to that, it is difficult to find the skill set to maintain the mainframe. And so what we are planning to do is to have a dedicated group that moves those final programs off of the mainframe. And so we're asking for temporary resources for that, 2 analysts and 2 Java programmers. And then just some statistics here. You know, we still have 1,500,000 lines of COBOL running on the mainframe, but we spend 1,400,000 each year on it. So the workload that we're running just doesn't justify that expense anymore. And the resources to maintain it are only going to get more and more expensive. And so with that, I'll just stand for any questions that you might have about the spending plan from the current year or next year.
Anyone have any questions?
Yeah, just one. How long are the 2 migration projects going to take?
So the first project, the business intelligence, is scheduled to take 1.5 years. So it would end in December 2026.
Okay.
And then the mainframe migration is scheduled to take 3 years.
3 years.
So this would be the first of 3 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Bobby?
Thanks. I have a basic question. Tell me how a digital mailroom works. The mail comes externally, I assume. How do you deliver that digitally when you don't know what's inside the envelope?
Well, that's a good question. So right now in our mailroom, we have a document processing center, and the mail is opened there and it's scanned in and indexed. And then it's digitally sent to whoever needs to process it. the digital mailroom is moving that scanning process to a third-party company. They will index it and transmit it to us. That's the plan.
And so is the mail then delivered to a different address?
It would be.
Okay, thank you. And then with respect to this mainframe migration, you said it's a 3-year program. Would you need these additional temporary resources for each of those 3 years?
Yes, we would.
Okay, so this is this 920,000 is for 1 year. You'd need something comparable for the following 2 years.
Correct.
Thank you.
Is there no way to do that digitized mailroom in-house?
So, I think what you're asking is, could we create a separate physical location on our own to receive mail?
Why do you need a separate location though?
Well, so there have been times when we can't access the building, and all of our mail is received here. And so people, like, I'll give you an example during the fires. So DPC had to come on site. And the building had smoke in it. They had to scan in the mail to keep the mail going. So the project is to have a third party do the receipt of the mail and scan it in and index it.
I know, but if they were in Pasadena or if they were in the Palisades, they wouldn't be able to get into their building either.
Yeah. Well, then we will be relying on their business continuity plan, where they would have a second location to send the mail to and scan it in and transmit it to us.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions?
Yeah, it was.
Mr. Harris?
Thank you, because I'm wondering the same thing. Why don't we just have a business continuity plan? So if this building goes down, we have a secondary place to go to. But again, the likelihood of that happening, I know the smoke that just happened from these fires was horrible, but the likelihood of that happening again, that's kind of like a lightning strike event. Why don't we just have a secondary spot that in the event we can't use this building, we go there, but ordinarily it comes here. I don't quite understand why we have to take everything off site, because then, as Aileen pointed out, if they go down, they've got to go someplace else. Well, why don't we just build that into our system, that in the event we can't get to our building, we in fact have this secondary site that we can rely upon?
So that is what we're trying to do. So the project will be to explore the capabilities of other companies, evaluate the price, and see if we want to use it just as our business continuity plan, or if we want to do it full time.
That makes sense.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question about earlier in the presentation. We were talking about the $8 a month per plan per member for the administration of the retirement. I'm sorry, of the medical plan. How does that $8 a month set? Is that like a statutory amount? Was that negotiated? Because yeah, I heard you say you had a surplus and now you're running a deficit, and so you're funding it from the surplus. That would suggest to me that the amount needs adjusted, as opposed to relying on depleting a surplus.
Through the chair, Trustee Fessel, that's a great question. And we will be getting into the retiree healthcare portion a little bit later in the presentation. But to answer your question, we have adjusted it via agreement with our partners, LA County, who fund that amount for most of the employees, for eligible employees. Some members do pay that fee themselves, or a portion of that fee, depending on their benefit. We had not adjusted in a number of years. And so for many years, we were over collecting. We provided our sponsor our estimated costs. We do that every year as part of our budget, so they know what it costs to run the retiree healthcare system. Similar to our pension plan, we take the same idea of fiscal prudence and service. We want to provide excellent service at the lowest possible price, so there's a value to the participant and to the sponsor. We've been sharing those costs with LA County for the last several years. And we have even though we are now incurring a higher than $8 per plan per member per month cost, we've been spending down that surplus. At one point, I think it was in excess of $10 million. And we have a proposal of a time plan of that when we expect to deplete that. So we are working with the county, and I believe, I'm going to get it wrong, but when we get to the healthcare, I'm sure someone will give us the number. But it's a couple of years out that we anticipate having to increase it. I think it's maybe 1 or 2 plan years out. And we would then come to this board and request that we increase that amount, get your direction, take that with LA County so that they are anticipating that increase and when it will be coming.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, salary and employee benefits make up a significant portion of the budget. So I'll be presenting information about the status of hiring and vacancies for LACERA's funded positions. Strategic priority 3.3, investing in people, focuses on attracting, hiring, motivating, and retaining highly engaged and skilled workforce. Although we won't see all of those activities related to investing in people reflected in the next few slides, you are provided an overview of the status of hiring activity. So next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of HR's key performance indicators, showing the number of exams administered by LACERA, outside recruitments, attrition, and total hiring separated by internal promotions and new hires for the past 2 fiscal years, this year through March 15th, and a projection through June 30th. And so the following slides provide more details about the information that's presented here. Okay, next. Oh, thank you. LACERA uses a combination of in-house staff and external vendors to recruit and assess candidates to produce eligible lists from which to hire. This year, LACERA HR produced nearly 50% more eligible lists than last year. And this is the second year in a row that HR has produced 50% more eligible lists in the previous years and continues a trend of increased output year over year. LACERA used external recruiters this year to fill vacancies in the IT Specialist 1, IT Specialist 2, and Staff Counsel classifications. Excluding the Staff Counsel positions, the average time to hire, defined as the date of the job posting to the person's start date, including LACERA administered and vendor administered exams, was 152.5 days, with a range from 62 days to 241 days. And as a means of comparison, LA County average was 281 days. This fiscal year, LACERA added 2 human resources staff members to the talent acquisition and management team, for a total of 7 staff members tasked with recruiting, examinations, performance management, and providing direct support to division managers. As a direct result of the hiring additional staff members, LACERA has increased its capacity to administer more exams at a time, as evidenced by the number of exams currently assigned in Tier 1 of LACERA's hiring priority list. Next slide, please. This is the 2024-2025 numbers reflected here, what the asterisks are through March 15th. But this slide shows the number of applicants that LACERA has received every year for the past 3 years, and demonstrates that LACERA continues to attract a large number of candidates and appears to be an employer of choice. Next slide, please. Attrition continues to be an impactful consideration when discussing hiring and decreasing the vacancy rate. Promotions don't increase the vacancy rate, so the impact of attrition must be considered against new hires only. So for example, this year we anticipate 60 hiring actions by the end of the year, with 30 being new hires and 30 being promotions. So with 30 new hires and 21 separations in the same year, the result is a net of 9 new hires, which does not significantly decrease the vacancy rate given the number of overall actions. Historically, the vacancy rate has ranged from high teens to low 20s. This year, we're anticipating ending the fiscal year at approximately 18%. Next slide, please. By the end of this year, LACERA is projected to have 60 hiring actions. This year's hiring has seen hiring actions in systems, admin services, member services, human resources, communications, FASD, investments, legal, and internal audit. The hiring projected to take place by June is the culmination of work that started some at the beginning of the fiscal year and other work throughout the year. There are 18 other actions anticipated through the end of the year, including 12 RBS 2 promotions, 3 new hires and promotions in FASD as we continue to implement the FASD study, and in 3 in other parts of the organization. This fiscal year, we did not onboard an RBS 1 class, training class, which usually accounts for a large number of hiring actions in the year, anywhere between around 20, so 15 to 30 in any year. Given the time of year, not all of the examinations started this fiscal year will result in hires effective this fiscal year. So the work performed this year in exams run and eligible lists created will benefit LACERA for the next 12 months. And this enables us to continue to move towards an immediate short-term goal of a 15% vacancy rate. Next slide, please. We've also provided a historical view of LACERA staff member retirement for the past 5 years. The first chart shows the number of LACERA retirements per year, and the other chart provides a view of the average years of service and the age at retirement for LACERA staff members. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide forecasts our current workforce's retirement pattern. So using the modeling information from the past slide, where the average retirement age is 64.2, and the average LACERA retiree has 24.5 years of service, we anticipate 13 retirements this year, and that's retirements only, not total attrition. And this trend is set to increase yearly, and this yearly increase must be overcome in order to see a decrease in the vacancy rate. Okay, so this concludes the portion on the overview of staffing. So I'm happy to stand for any questions. Absent questions, Ms. Contreras will continue with the budget presentation.
I have a question. Why if you put in 24.5 years rather than 25, 24 and get full retirement benefits? Somebody retire early, so they aren't going to get the full benefits?
No, that's just the model, right? So we use existing information to make a prediction about future information. 24.5 does really round up to 25, but that's just the indication on the model. Yeah.
I have a comment really quick.
Yes.
I'm curious about the time span of the hiring process. You said it's 100 and some days.
150.
151 versus the county, which is about 281. It's just an astonishing long time. So I'm thinking, because I work in recruitment, and so I'm thinking it's probably based on the hiring of police officers. I'm thinking that number is including people that go through a long training process. Do you think that's?
I mean, it's
true?
Definitely possible.
Okay.
Again, so even some of ours range from 62 to 241. It always depends on the type of assessments that are being administered. So multiple assessments over time with like multiple hurdles will definitely take longer. Larger candidate pools will probably take longer versus like a single position for which an interview might be expected.
Through the chair, I do want to highlight the time to hire is at time of posting the position. Now, we are working on metrics to capture the time and need, the pre-work that's done to get that position to post. So there is some, that 152 days does not reflect kind of the pre-work. And that's something that we're working on to really provide a holistic view of our entire recruitment process. So I want to be very transparent with that.
Mr. Kehoe.
Is this solely external recruitment, or does this include promotional and internal opportunities?
It includes promotional and internal opportunities.
Have you analyzed the two separately to see how much time it takes for an external recruitment versus internal promotion?
Yes, and I don't have those numbers with me. I apologize.
What would you guess that takes longer for the external?
Absolutely. So one of the largest considerations is backgrounds. So for promotions, we don't have to do really any of that. For external hires, so that's a pivot on the question, right? So for external hires, we do, and they have to clear before they can start. So that kind of conflates two things: exams that are just promotional, and then exams that might be open competitive, but a promotional candidate is selected. So yeah, definitely external longer, but I don't recall the numbers to compare the promotional internal only versus open competitive, regardless of who was chosen.
Do we do our own internal background process, or do we outsource that?
We use a company.
Okay.
Yeah.
And has that time been good, or?
It has been.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Holcomb.
These 30 positions include the positions with IT that the county is not allowing us to hire at the amount of money that we need to pay?
So the positions that we have hired for, yes, they were included in
the
the batch of positions that we would like to have a higher salary allocation for. And this is the first time that we've run the recruitment and hired. So we were able to run the recruitment, we were able to hire. We did have to offer salaries near the higher end of our salary range to secure candidates.
Mr. Green.
Thank you. Just for the board's knowledge, one of the things that when we had discussed this before, I just asked of staff, the averaging of the 152.4 days. It's a really good picture of it, but it's all positions, which encompasses training, and each different department within LACERA has certain nuance to its hiring process, whether external or internal. And so I'd asked human resource staff to maybe, for our own awareness, kind of, compartmentalize it or bifurcate so that we can see like the onboarding for a benefit specialist, for example, that training period, that's encompassed in that. So they said they would accommodate that and in future reports provide a little bit more clarity so that we can look at it. So in the aggregate as a whole, we're doing great with 152, but some of the things that are offsetting that is that training, onboarding, external, internal, whatnot. So, and you guys would still be able to kind of give us a better look at that as far as like within each department, how long it takes, right? That'd be great. Yeah, I would appreciate it. So that was discussed. Thank you.
Bobby?
When somebody is being trained or onboarded, are they not already employed? We don't pay them during the time that they're being trained or onboarded?
They are. So this metric is defined as the date the job posting is opened until the start date. So yes, this only includes things before the start date. Training does start after. So this 151, 152 is not inclusive of on-the-job training.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. What I know you won't have an exact answer, but what do you estimate the percentage of applicants that we give a job offer to that ultimately don't pass backgrounds? What kind of percentage is that? Is that relatively low?
Extremely low.
Yeah. So have we considered, I know private companies hire people less than a month, right? And we're spending 5 months going through the process. Have we considered using the temporary or the probation aspect, hiring people quicker, doing the backgrounds while they're a probation employee, and then if there is an issue that comes up, separating them and going back to recruitment as a means to try and get people in the door faster and trained up faster and lower this number to more private industry side?
Or even start with the clearance earlier, like at the beginning?
Okay, so I'll take the questions in reverse order. Actually, we do need their permission to run a background check on them. So they usually don't give us that until they have an offer that is accepted. So we usually don't start the backgrounds until we have an accepted offer and they fill out the paperwork indicating that we have permission to view their credit report and conviction history, run their fingerprints. And so starting that early, I know the county does some of that on emergency hires. There is a certain risk posed to that, and especially as an institution that has a lot of access to financial information and people's private information and private health information. The organization has decided, well, I think it's also probably in the code, they have to pass their backgrounds before starting. So we definitely mitigate that risk by having them complete their background check before hire.
So I would recommend that internally that we look at that process and maybe look at fine tuning that. But I understand the risk, and there's definitely risk reward. But if we're saying 0.5% of applicants not pass backgrounds, then the risk is mitigated, right? And then you can say, okay, well, we'll have to do a full background on those who have access to the health information and those who have access to the financial, but all of these other job classifications, we'll go ahead and do an expedited hiring process. So I think my recommendation would be to kind of look into that, see what we could do on fine tuning that and bringing those, the higher numbers down. Because 152, I mean, Sheriff's Department takes a year and a half to hire somebody if we're lucky. So I understand that it takes a while, but I think that we as an organization could be a little bit, can fine tune those a little bit. So I would encourage staff to take a look at that.
Or even ask them if they're willing to fingerprint and have the background check early. I mean, if I was applying for a job here, I would. If it makes it faster, you could give them the alternative at least, or the option.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So right now the county's got and I talked with another department manager in an unrelated topic, but the county, you guys are aware, has an emergency hire and a homeless initiative, a fire emergency hire, and has there been discussion from your guys' shop as far as utilizing that? I know it has certain nuanced parameters outside of civil service, but what we found is that it gets you a pool of applicants rather steadily and quickly. As far as and the funding source, circumventing the CEO ordinance position authorization in a sense, it's a double-edged sword, right? But because you can't have the full minimum requirements as listed on the job spec for civil service, but you can fill in the blanks, so to speak, and capture the information that you would like to have for the candidate coming into X department. So my question to you is I'm sure you guys have talked about it, but is there any traction from your shop to utilize those two programs to get a pool of applicants and maybe, take advantage of it and get our numbers up.
Yeah, we definitely have considered it. So we are regularly engaged in their meetings with the county. And we just don't believe that our current situation and classifications meet what is required for emergency hires.
If I may also through the chair comment, one of the strategic initiatives that we have is, investing in people. And one of our priorities is assessing our process and finding opportunities to reduce that time. And so part of the reason we are reporting this information to you is we are tracking our time to hire with the goal of reducing that over time. And obviously we have some unique and special risks in the work that we do. And so we absolutely want to make sure that the folks we bring on board are going to meet our standards, both in terms of their qualifications, but also in their ethics and integrity. And, we put a lot of trust in our staff to, with our member information, our members put a lot of trust in us. So most of the positions that we have access to that critical information, but I do think we are constantly looking at how can we improve our process? How can we shorten it? Technology helps. Commitment helps. There are a lot of touch points in that process. And as we drill down into our metrics in more detail, that's going to help us identify opportunities to improve that further. And we will, you can count on us continuing to report back and share that information with you as a board.
Thank you for responding to. I'm rather intimate with this emergency hiring process, and I mean, in the safety realm, we've hired. There's been job announcements for, highly trained, sensitive positions, pilots, fire captains. The best way I can sum it up is it is a tool to get a pool of candidates, but there's overlayment of maintaining that standard. You can't go with the full civil service description for a minimum requirement or job spec, but you can have a portion of that. Then you have a 90-day period. You get candidates coming in. You have a 90-day period where outside of what would be normal civil service proceedings for letting somebody go, a observation period. And it's if they're not meeting standards or expectations, you can just let them go and go back to the emergency hiring list and start over. So you get this group of folks to flood the system, and then you have a 90-day selection. After 90 days, on day 91, the probationary period starts, the civil service starts. Again, I have mixed feelings about it. There's positives and negatives, but right now, if there's a vacancy rate, if there's an opportunity with this emergency hire and the homeless initiative to secure funding outside of the ordinance position authorization to get the bodies in. And what that looks like is what you all determine for a minimum standard. Because if you're going to go just the full Monty, you got to do the whole civil service thing, right? This is a portion of that. You get the bodies in, that 90-day period. You can let them go. Then their civil service probationary period starts. It is a good tool, and I would ask that it be really strongly considered as an option, because you still can have that expectation of your hire. It's just how it's sent out to the world is not what you would perceive as a normal job search or recruitment. But it's something we could fill our ranks with. Everybody's doing it. Come on over for the big win. So,
Trustee Fessler and then Trustee Moore.
Thank you. Couple things. I first have a question. The live scan process is legally required for a number of positions. Is it required to work for LACERA that people be live scanned and you get, and we have no control over how long that takes, right? I mean, I remember when I worked in the county, we had somebody that we got results in 2 or 3 days, and then another person that was hung out to dry for, I don't know, like 3 months. And apparently she had like ghost fingerprints or something. And I mean, it was a big mess. But so those days are included in what you used for this average.
Yes.
And those are completely outside of LACERA's control, correct?
Yes.
With respect to asking folks, getting permission to do background checks, et cetera, on the front end of the process, if we use a contractor for that purpose, there's a cost to that, correct? So if you were going to get background checks on the entire pool of applicants, the cost associated with filling a position would increase significantly, at least increase proportionate to the number of applicants you had for maybe just one position.
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, with respect to the emergency hiring, I don't know anything about the process. I'm too old, and apparently there weren't emergencies when I was still working, but or at least nobody had a convenient way of addressing them. I assume there's got to be some legally determined standard that you have to fit within certain parameters, the position that you want to fill. You have to be able to establish that you have an emergency with whatever those standards are, and demonstrate the need. I mean, you can't just call any old vacancy something that you need emergency hiring authority for. Am I right?
Correct.
And you said, I thought, that you had been discussing with the county the availability of that process for LACERA's vacancies, but at this point, it didn't seem as though any of our vacancies met the standard necessary to avail yourselves of the emergency hiring authority. Is that right?
Yes.
Did I understand? Okay, thank you.
Trustee Moore.
Yeah, I don't typically give credit or extra credit when people are doing what they're supposed to do. But in this case, I wanted to just remind everybody of where we were 6 or 7 years ago when we had a high vacancy rate. We were understaffed in many of the departments. We didn't have any, our director was on the way out of human resources, getting ready to retire. We didn't have a forward look on attrition and any kind of plan for replacing those people that were going to be leaving. And of course, we didn't have Dr. Natoya. Kathy wasn't in charge of information services. Ricky was in another department and was not leading our budgeting effort. And Laura was not here. So I have to compliment everybody in the human resources area that support all of the work that's been done to get us to this point where we even have enough information to ask all the detailed and nuanced questions that we're asking, as if you're supposed to know the answer to all that, when, where they brought us from to today has been outstanding work. So I wanted to thank everyone sitting at the table for all outstanding work that they've done in the last 5, 6 years to get us to this place where we can see our way out, where we have an attrition plan, by department, and we know who we have to replace. We know who's eligible for promotion and when that ought to happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Moving right along.
Slide 27. So before we dive deeper into the budget, let's discuss our budget assumptions. LACERA uses incremental based budgeting. We take the prior year adopted budget as our base and focus on changes to our core costs and activities. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the assumptions related to salary and employee benefits. And although I won't read the slide to you, I would like to highlight a couple of the salary and employee benefit assumptions. The first assumption I would like to highlight is related to COLAs. As our current MOU expires at the end of this calendar year, no COLAs beyond 1/1/26 were included. The second assumption is related to our benefit costs, which is an estimated 53% of salaries. Next slide, please. The budget assumptions for services and supplies focus on adjusting historical expenditures for inflation and changes in usage. And by removing or adjusting one-time expenditures, we ensure that our budget reflects ongoing operational needs. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of the LACERA budget book, which serves as a comprehensive guide for trustees. It includes essential information about the division's purpose, historical data, and significant changes from the previous year. This resource is crucial for ensuring transparency and informed decision-making among stakeholders. In reviewing the budget binders, you'll notice a consistent format for each division, moving from a high-level one-page summary to greater detail as you work your way back. We hope this assists trustees now and throughout the year should you need to reference the budget. Next slide, please. The administrative budget has two main categories: salaries and employee benefits, and services and supplies. The proposed budget for salary and employee benefits totals approximately $111 million, or $5 million more than fiscal year 24-25. The proposed budget for services and supplies totals approximately $35 million, or $500,000 more than fiscal year 24-25. Next slide, please. This slide highlights noteworthy increases in salaries and employee benefits across LACERA for fiscal year 25-26. A net increase of 5 permanent positions is requested for fiscal year 25-26. The full year salary and benefits impact of the positions is approximately $689,000. And there will be more details on the next slide about that specifically. The temporary staff increase for fiscal year 25-26 is due to the 2 significant short-term projects and systems, which Kathy specifically discussed earlier. And the sick leave buyback increased by approximately 74% and was based on usage, essentially. So those are the most noteworthy S&EB changes. This slide highlights the costs associated with the 5 net new positions proposed for fiscal year 25-26. And the full year salary impact of the positions, again, is $689,000. Funding for permanent county temporary salaries is increasing by approximately $3.3 million, or 5.5%. The 5 new positions, I'm sorry, Bonnie, I'm on the other side still. The 5 new positions account for a portion of this increase, but other factors include full year funding for previously unfunded or partially funded vacant positions, salary step and merit increases, and the last 6 months of negotiated cost of living adjustment increases through December 31st, 2025. No future COLAs beyond that date were included in the proposed budget. On to the next slide. Okay, as shown in slide 31, the fiscal year 25-26 services and supplies budget is $35 million, and an increase of approximately $529,000, or 1.15%. I think I'm on the wrong slide. Is that okay? No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just jumping down. So this slide highlights significant or noteworthy increases for 3 areas, essentially. Professional and specialized services are expected to increase by approximately $917,000, or 20%. And this is primarily due to consulting services for human resources, administrative services records management consultant, the biannual economic impact report budgeted in the executive office, a strategic planning consultant to support the Superior Member Experience Initiative, a consultant for a workforce planning manager in member services, and finally, the new SASE project funded in the Information Security Office. Our educational expenses are expected to increase by approximately $159,000, or 8.8%. The proposed increase is the result of multiple divisions requesting a modest adjustment in alignment with Strategic Initiative 3, Investing in People. This initiative underscores LACERA's commitment to becoming an employer of choice at all levels. And finally, the disability fees and services are expected to increase by $375,000 or approximately 12% due to an anticipated increase in production due to hiring new team members. Next slide, please. This slide highlights noteworthy decreases for our services and supplies. Computer services and support expenses are expected to decrease by approximately $925,000, and equipment maintenance costs are expected to decrease by approximately $231,000. The decreases were attributed to the completion of the fiscal year 24-25 systems project and a calculated restructuring of funding towards new initiatives and objectives for the upcoming fiscal year. Any questions for the administrative budget before we move on to the retire healthcare and OPEB?
I just want to give a comment that I really appreciate the educational expense increase and the fact that each division manager is looking at building their people. I think that's super important within the organization. And the more that mentorship and career growth, taking care of our employees, that's super important right now with the competition out there with employers and everything. We need to keep LACERA as the top employer within and outside of the county. So please keep that going.
Thank you. So we will move on to the retiree healthcare and OPEB trust budgets. The proposed budget, next slide, please. The proposed budget for the administration of the retiree healthcare benefits program totals approximately $13.1 million, which is $408,000 or 3.1% less than fiscal year 24-25. The most significant impact of this change is related to salary and employee benefits tied to the drop in the variable benefits, which is related to the increase in PEPRA staff members. So PEPRA variable benefits are less costly per employee. With the ratio of PEPRA to legacy staff changing, you will see that reflected in the funding. So the 6.3% retiree healthcare departmental overhead increase can be largely attributed to the 3% cost of living increase applied to staff directly working on RHC's overhead. Furthermore, we have business divisions whose costs are shared across all divisions and portioned out for RHC, such as admin, human resources, and systems. When these divisions' budgets increase, the RHC overhead will have a corresponding increase. And additionally, $25,000 was added for special retiree mailings to cover potential increases in postage, printing, mailing, and other unanticipated member special mailing costs. Next slide, please. This slide is a highlight of the significant decreases across RHC. This is a higher percentage. There is a higher percentage of PEPRA employees, which led to a reduction in variable benefits. So you'll see that is approximately $945,000. Additionally, outside legal costs decreased by approximately 85% or $42,000. There was an outside legal consultant that was involved in the negotiation and formulation of possible tier 3. That effort has since been paused, and therefore a reduction in need to contract for those legal services are the reason for that decrease. And finally, the OPEB valuation dropped by $50,000 or 12.4%. I'm sorry? Yes, that's due to the triennial valuation, which was completed last fiscal year, and the budget was reduced to reflect that. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of the other post-employment benefits or the OPEB trust budget for fiscal year 25-26. The table details the approved and proposed budgets, highlighting variances in both salaries and employee salaries and services. A portion of the increase is due to COLA adjustments, while the remaining increase is attributed to additional personnel costs related to investment involvement in pre-funding the OPEB trust. And that is essentially the end of our budget presentation, but our team is here to stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any final questions from staff? Seeing none,
Did we show the, I'm sure I missed. So what was the overall budget for the year?
146 million,
146, and what was it previously?
140 million.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And we need a motion.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second.
Mr. Green,
All right.
Mr. Razzo,
Aye.
Mr. Moore,
Aye.
Ms. Langton,
Aye.
Mr. Oakham,
Aye.
Ms. Besler,
Aye.
Mr. Rue,
Yes.
Chair Robbins.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously by all trustees present.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And while we're waiting for the next presenter to come up, I just want to thank the budget team that worked on this behind the scenes. We thank them in the JOGC, but since we have a minute to, as James joins me, I just wanted to highlight the work of Jonathan Tran, Kaylin Ung, Jackson Sue, and she left us. Janique has Hessians. So I just wanted to thank, sorry, I couldn't remember how to pronounce her name. I just wanted to thank that team for the work that they did behind the scenes, especially as we used our new budget system and the folks and systems that supported that. And right now I'm joined right now by James Beasley. He's leads, among other things, our facilities team, and we want to bring a proposal to you today. We're excited to bring a proposal to upgrade and relocate our trustee boardroom. As we have heard over the years, many trustees have commented that the size of this room is a little bit small, particularly when we have a joint board meeting. There's limited space on the dais and there's limited space in the audience. Staff very often is actually discouraged from attending board meetings in person because of the space limitations, either the Board of Retirement or the Board of Investments. And so there is an opportunity that we have that we're excited to share for an opportunity to expand that space without disrupting our boardroom. James Beasley to my right and along with Lindsay Knight, who is Lindsay in the audience? In the audience, convened a group of stakeholders to bring this proposal to you today. And so with that, I'll pass the baton to James.
Thank you, Laura. Good morning, Chair Robbins and trustees. I am James Beasley with Administrative Services Division. And in this presentation, I will focus on three important items: limitation, the opportunity, and the proposal, which will help paint a picture of the current challenges we face in the boardroom and the options available to LACERA. Then Laura will conclude with the cost, project timeline, and other considerations. Finally, we will then open up the floor for questions.
So you just have to tell her to advance the slides.
My apologies.
Can you advance the slide, please?
Next slide, please. All right, limitations. Our current boardroom setup has several limitations, with space being the most significant concern. The lack of space affects both board operations and audience seating. For instance, there isn't enough space to accommodate every trustee at the dais during joint board meetings. The seating at the presenters table disrupts the flow of the meeting when presenters have to alternate seats during the presentation. A workstation, as you see over here, was added during the pandemic to support technology required for live streaming and board operations, further reducing the space in the room. The space in the current audio-video room is unable to support this function. The audience seating area has been problematic over the years. There have been many instances where it's been standing room only, forcing people, including members members of the public, to stand in the hallway, and at times disrupting the meetings. This situation not only leads to disruptions, but also raises security and data privacy concerns for LACERA, as unauthorized people may gain access to the suites located here on the 8th floor, or potentially accessing the elevators and making their way to other floors. Next slide, please. So the last renovation of the boardroom was completed in early 2008. to address space issues and incorporate technological enhancements. At the time, the seating capacity was increased to accommodate 55 people, 35 in the audience seating area, 16 at the dais, and 4 here at the presenters table. For the past 10 years, we have faced many challenges due to our limited capacity. More importantly, the restricted square footage and low ceiling height makes it difficult to create a comfortable and functional environment. The floor plan on this slide illustrates these constraints, underscoring both the current and future space limitations. Next slide, please. Now, the opportunity. As Laura mentioned earlier, the tenant's decision not to renew their lease on the ground floor presents a great and strategic opportunity for LACERA, as this area offers a spacious floor plan that will allow us to address the current limitations and create a boardroom that meets our current and future needs, which I will discuss in the next slide. By taking advantage of this opportunity, we can improve our operational efficiency and provide a better experience for the trustees, staff, and the public. Next slide, please. Finally, the proposal. The vacant space on the ground floor offers 4,563 square feet of usable space, which is twice the size of the current boardroom and lounge, which measures 2,270 square feet. Before we explore this space opportunities, I want to emphasize the considerable effort that went into designing the floor plan that you actually see before you. This design was the result of a collaborative effort encompassing staff from the board offices, systems division, executive office, and the facilities management unit. Each team member contributed their expertise in board operations to create a proposed layout for the new boardroom. We went through many iterations to develop this plan, which focuses on improving efficiency, functionality, and accessibility for both the present and the future. I will now walk you through the floor plan and discuss the key features being proposed. So, nope. There we go. Okay. So let's start with the secured entrance for the trustees, which is located on the right-hand side of the floor plan. This entrance will provide private access to the board lounge and the boardroom while ensuring privacy and security for the trustees. Next, we will move to the board lounge area. This spacious area offers a place where trustees can access before, during, and after board sessions. There will be an opportunity for trustees to provide recommendations on their needs for further enhancements to this room. Now, I'd like to point out the room located in the top right-hand corner. This private room will allow trustees to step away from meetings so that they can tend to personal matters. In addition, for privacy and security, there will be a dedicated restroom for all the trustees. As we proceed down the hall to the boardroom, take note of the large dais, which will be raised 6 inches off the ground. This expanded setup will accommodate all trustees during joint board meetings, while improving visibility and engagement with both the presenters and the audience. To address external distractions, a soundproof wall will be installed along the windows facing Lake Avenue, which was located at the top of the floor plan. This will help mitigate external interference like traffic noise and people walking on the sidewalk, and also manage the natural light coming into the room, ensuring optimal conditions for video recordings. Moving on, we'll have a spacious presenters table in front of the dais. This design will offer more room for the team presentations, allowing for a more organized and professional experience for the presenters. Additionally, there will be a dedicated office for the board secretaries, which is located in the left-hand corner of this floor plan. This space will allow them to prepare for each meeting without needing to go back and forth between the 1st and 8th floor. For the audience seating area, there will be enough room for 70 people. Additionally, in the back of the room, there will be bench seating that can sit up to 15 to 20 people. We are also committed to improving accessibility for individuals with disabilities, ensuring that our boardroom is inclusive and welcoming to all. Now let's take a look at the boardroom lobby area, which is located at the bottom of this floor plan. This space will serve as a waiting area for the public and staff during open and closed sessions, with an additional option to wait in the building's main lobby area. Finally, we will have a dedicated audio-video tech support room. This room will feature a large one-way window that will provide tech support staff with a direct line of sight to the trustees and the board secretary that are seated at the dais, ensuring seamless support during these meetings. As you can see, considerable time, energy, and thought has been invested in this plan for your consideration. Next slide, please. All right. So enhancing safety and security is a crucial part of the proposed boardroom. By implementing various security measures, we will create a safer environment for everyone. This includes installing a discrete weapons detection system at the main entrance into the boardroom, which will serve as the first line of defense. Additionally, the continued presence of the sheriff's deputy will provide an extra layer of protection and reassurance. Furthermore, we propose upgrading the external windows so that they are sound and smash proof. These enhancements will not only bolster our security measures, but they will also allow meetings to proceed without disruption or safety concerns. Accessibility to the boardroom will be much easier for both the public and the trustees. As I previously mentioned, the trustees will have a dedicated entrance to ensure a smooth I lost my space. And so they'll have a smooth access into the boardroom, and with the public, they will have an easier accessibility coming from the parking structure into the building. Being on the ground floor actually eliminates the need for them, also eliminates them from needing to use the stairwells during emergencies, because they'll be there on the ground floor, and there's plenty of emergency exits in the room for them to safely exit the building during emergencies. Next slide, please. The new design for the boardroom will focus on modern aesthetics, creating a visually appealing and functional space and enhancing the overall meeting experience. This includes building a dais with a comfort and productivity in mind, and encompassing technology that further enhances the trustees' participation in the meeting, like interactive displays, a larger projection screens to improve visibility. Additionally, the ability to have reconfigurable furniture will provide flexibility for various meeting types, accommodating both formal sessions and member events. I will now turn it over to Laura, who will conclude with the cost, timeline, and other considerations. Thank you.
Next slide. So not surprising, this comes at a significant cost to the organization. And so as much as we would love to give you a beautiful new space, we want you to be aware of the cost and the other timeline and other considerations. The cost for construction will be approximately $1.5 million. That is a one-time cost. It is not borne out of our administrative budget. However, we have the funds available in our tenant improvement bank, which will not, we do not get to keep. So we would be able to utilize that bank to do the physical construction of the space. We would be responsible for the one-time costs associated with technology and furniture, which we have very generously estimated to be about $700,000. And then there would also be an ongoing lease cost of about $250,000. All of that is subject to negotiation, but we wanted you to be aware of that cost. We did not include any of these funds in our budget that you just approved. We did not assume that you would go forward with any of this. We would not need any of the costs for the technology or the furniture until the 26-27 fiscal year, if you did want to go forward. And the lease costs, if we will monitor our expenses, but if we needed to, we could make an adjustment at the mid-year if we needed additional funds. Next slide, please. In addition to the cost, there's a time frame. So the construction cost is estimated by the Office of the Building to be between 12 and 18 months. My guess it'll be closer to the 18 months than the 12 months. That does assume that we would start right away. That space is currently vacant, so we have the opportunity. One of the things that we also we would be able to start right away as well, because there would be no disruption to our board. In the next 18 months, the board would continue to meet in this room and function normally. And then James mentioned sort of being on the ground floor. One of the things that you would lose is this beautiful view, which is a little cloudy today, but you know that we have a lovely view from this building. And also, there may be more noise. We'll do our best to mitigate that through sound projection. But, on the ground floor, the traffic is a little bit closer. And we have experience in the building in recent years, some vandalism on the first floor from time to time. So that's something that could hopefully not be a distraction. The security measures we put in place should help as well. But that is definitely a consideration. Also, right now that space, well, right now it's not leased, but it had been leased to a tenant that creates income for our trust. If LACERA uses that space, that would not be available for another tenant. And so the next slide, please. So the one thing I want to just kind of conclude with and lead you off is we bring this to you now because this is an opportunity to upgrade the space without disruption. And we don't anticipate having that opportunity for the foreseeable future. So would like to receive your feedback. Is this something you'd like to proceed? If you would, it'll go to the Board of Investments for their consideration and discussion. And then we'll take the next steps from there. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Kehoe, and then Mr. Moore, and Ms. Langdon.
Thank you. I have a number of items. I'll start off with a huge thank you. This is long overdue. I remember talking about this going back to Greg Rodemaker days, and we have since significantly outgrown this. So this will be huge. It'll be huge for the public. So very much appreciated this. A huge support of it. One thing I do want to correct on is I know we highlighted the income loss. We actually won't, because we'll be paying for that. So LACERA itself will be leasing that, and that lease will go back to the trust. Yes, I understand we're paying for it out of our own, but there is a bit of a wash there. One thing I would highly recommend is having like a design team have really good branding on it. This room is good, but it could be a lot better. I do think we need to brand LACERA as an organization in the boardroom and show our values and show our mission, and have plenty of the things that we have here, as well as our logos and all that. So make sure that that's included as well. I would like to recommend one thing to consider for a change is that the board lounge itself should not solely be a board lounge. It should also be our closed/executive session room. So I would recommend having strong soundproofing within that room. And like nearly every other public agency that I go to board meetings on, when we go into executive session, rather than us forcing the audience to leave, we as a board should get up and leave into the executive room. Have our meeting there and come back if it's going to be something to return to. I think logistically, I think that's more appropriate for the audience itself. And I think as long as we do it right and we soundproof and seal off, and we add the proper audiovisual ability as well for that kind of thing, I think that would be sufficiently. I think that'd be a huge improvement for us, and it would put us in line with almost every other agency that does that. Regarding the weapons detection system, keep in mind that those don't run themselves. So if we're going to do a weapons detection system, we should consider adding a security component to that. Obviously, we're going to have the deputy as part of that, but I don't know if we want to task the deputy with that, because then you're going to be tied up. So then at that point, you're going to need two deputies, one to manage the detection system, one to be overall. I wouldn't recommend that. I would have a security manage that and have the deputy there to support. So because the question is, what are you going to do when you do have a hit, when you do identify a firearm, right? And then we're also going to have to think about what our policies are and how we're going to manage that. So there are legal owners of firearms. There's the legal CCW system, you know, so we're representing deputy sheriffs that are going to come in off duty as, you know, with firearms. So we have to think about how our policies on that. So just make sure that it sounds great and I love it. And it's a good thing. We definitely need that on the first floor, but just make sure that that is properly, you know, evaluated. And I'm happy to help.
Certainly seek the trustees' feedback on how to make that function appropriately and other improvements, right? This is really staff's tackle at it, and the board secretaries did a fantastic job of representing your needs. But certainly we would have a lot of interaction with the trustees about just preferences, and those are fantastic points.
And absolutely, and that's why I'm throwing out there's things to think about as you're fine tuning everything. And I was just about to say that I'm happy to have offline conversations, and yeah, I've pretty deep experience with that kind of stuff. And then the final thing that I would request is, as we repurpose this area up here, which is going to be great because LACERA gets additional space for your expansion. I would like to see a dedicated office suite that would be for the board to use when needed. So obviously we don't need 20 offices. Everybody doesn't need their own office, but if you have like an office space that trustees can use in between board meetings, things like that, when we come in and meet with staff, we have a place to go and spend time and be able to access that. That's better than what we have here right now. We have the lounge, and I know when we're here in between meetings, we can go use the lounge, but that's not really a functional office space. So I'd like to recommend that as you go with it. But huge support, great work from everybody involved, and I'm looking forward to seeing this come to life.
Mr. Moore.
Okay, I'm all in on this also. I fully support it. And some of the things on my list were already addressed by Mr. Kehoe, which also suggests that you need some input from the board members. Well, this is a good template or, palette for us to work with, but having that space for the closed sessions, that's great. I was looking at space for more than one space. You have the board private room. I was looking for more than one space to accomplish the same purpose that you were saying about repurposing this area. I did have a question about what's the plan for repurposing this area, but creating that space so that board members could, sometimes you may have to take a break, or you may have a meeting directly after the board meeting or directly before a committee meeting. And if you have workspace, you can be able to do a lot more. And I also wanted to make certain that the board members have an opportunity to design the restroom space and the break space altogether. Not just the restrooms, but maybe, if you get sick or you gotta lay down. Anyway, get the input from the board members on how to utilize that space to best support what we have to do.
Absolutely. We don't have concrete plans for this space yet. We wanted to get a sense of, if there was an appetite for this, because although folks have definitely commented over the years, once the rubber hits the road, right, and you see the costs, and you could change your mind, right? Do we really want to do this? So I do think it's a great opportunity from a time perspective, and certainly a disruption standpoint. So, and absolutely our intent would be to collaborate with the board extensively over your needs. This was really just giving you an opportunity of what would be possible. We also think the dais might be shaped differently to allow for more sight lines for you. There would be a ramp as well, so that you'd be a little bit elevated, but it would still be ADA accessible. That would allow you to see the audience better, would allow the audience to see you better. So that's really great from a public meeting perspective. So great comments that you've had. We do have some ideas on how we could use this space, and those ideas could absolutely include more office space for trustees to use while you are meeting, before, after meetings, things like that. So happy to accommodate all of the trustees' needs.
I'd like to motion for approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. I just have a quick comment. We'll get on with this, and then I want to take a break. How many people in this room were born before 1982? A couple of you. Okay. Well, that was my first.
92.
Okay. That was my first LACERA board meeting, 1982, and it was in the Hall of Administration in a room that was about, I don't know, not as big as this room by any stretch. Everything was in open session. We did not do disability cases in closed session back then. Everything was for anybody could walk in there and find out exactly why this firefighter or deputy sheriff was being disability retired. They were interesting meetings. And I used to go as president of ALADS just to kind of keep an eye on what was going on in my pension system. Then the board at LACERA decided to get their own building, and believe me, the county was not happy about that at all. We were moving out of, Mother Hubbard's cupboard and basically came to this building here. But we've come a long way, obviously. But I know, talking with Mr. Beasley, this has been talked about around here since well before COVID. So I think it's a good move. I think it's better for everybody, and it's exciting. And in a year and a half, maybe we'll have it all done and we can all look at it and say, hey, great. So we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, you vote.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Razzo?
Aye.
Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Ms. Langton? Aye. Mr. Oakham?
Aye.
Ms. Besler?
Aye.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Chair Robbins?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Let's take about a 10-minute break.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Where did he go? Oh, there. We're back in session. We are on 10C as in Charlie, Assembly Bill 1383, Public Employees Retirement Benefits. There was a staff recommendation for a watch position, or I should say, committee recommendation for a watch position, Mr. Liu. I'll let you kick it off quickly.
Thank you, Chair Robbins and trustees. So AB 1383 was first considered last month at the Insurance Benefits and Legislative Committee. And at that time, the bill merely proposed that the PEPRA compensation limit be increased. Since that meeting, the bill has been further amended with new items on it, which I'll go through today. But I thought, based on last month's meeting, it would be helpful to use slides to guide the discussion here. So thank you, Bonnie, with the first slide here. I'm just going to give an overview of the bill. Now, the bill, as I mentioned, it's going to increase the PEPRA final comp limit. The bill also added new age factors, and it also allows for negotiation for the 50-50 split of the normal costs. Currently, PEPRA members must pay a 50-50 split, but the bill would allow that to be negotiated such that the employer will, can pay a higher share of that, which will reduce the employee's cost. But what I'm going to do is go through for the discussion, talk about the idea of the prospective enhancements and a prohibition on retroactive enhancements, because that really, it undergirds this entire discussion. And then I'm going to talk about the compensation limit and also the new retirement formulas. Next slide, Bonnie. So the idea behind the prospective enhancements and no retroactive enhancements, this was due to the passage of SB 400 back in 1999, otherwise known as 3% at 50. And what happened there was when that legislation was passed, people who were under a lower formula got 3% at 50, not just going forward, but for all of their past service. So you figure if someone had 30 years of service under a lower formula when that bill passed, that prior 30 years got converted to the new formula. And so the thought at the time was that it was mostly a CalPERS issue, that their overfunding would provide for paying for that benefit. But with the twin shocks of the first dot-com bubble bursting, and then later on, with the great financial crisis, that didn't turn out to be the case. So that was a reason for PEPRA to have this prohibition on retroactive enhancements. And that section reads, as you see here, in that any enhancements to a public employee's retirement formula or retirement benefit adopted on or after January 1, 2013, which is the operative date of PEPRA, shall apply only to service performed on or after the operative date of the enhancement, and shall not be applied to any service performed prior to the operative date. Next slide, Bonnie. So we'll see how this applies to the compensation limit, which initially discussed last month with the committee. But as you can see here in this chart, what's happening is in that first column, second column to the left, the defined benefit limitation, that is a federal limit that limits the amount of benefits you can receive. So if you take a look at our benefit formula, it's final compensation times your service credit times an age factor equals your benefit. So that limitation is a limitation on that benefit that you can get. Now, the county has a replacement benefit plan. So, for example, if your benefit were to exceed this defined benefit limitation, the replacement plan would pay any of the overage on that. But this amount is what is being proposed to increase the PEPRA limit. So in the PEPRA unenhanced comp limit column, that is the current limit that applies to systems that don't participate in Social Security. So in 2025, that limit is about 186,000. But what the bill is going to do is, well, going forward from 2026 onwards, instead of just keeping to that
same limit with the cost of living increases, it's going to increase it to whatever the 2026 number is. And here, we don't have the numbers for 2026, but just for discussion purposes, I put in some estimated numbers. For a defined benefit limitation, I'm just going to estimate that next year it will increase from $5,000 to $285,000. And as for the $190,000, I just use the same rate that it increased from 2024 to 2025 to $190 for discussion purposes. But you can see how if we were to stay on this track of not enhancing the limit, probably be about $190 next year. But by enhancing it, it's going to grow to $285,000. So next slide. And also last month, we kind of gone into the weeds a little bit about, well, how exactly do we apply this limit? Now, I had Mr. Lugo and I, when we visited Sacramento in March, we actually met with the lobbyists for the California Professional Firefighters. At the time, the bill had the compensation limit in print, but he gave us a preview of, what was now in print. And I subsequently talked to him afterwards, and their vision for this is for the higher comp limit to apply to service on or after 1/1/2026. So here in an example, I call scenario 1A, I'm going to show how we would not calculate this. So we were to simply, for this person who has 1 month in January 2026, the vision is to enhance that month with the higher comp limit. But if we were to simply calculate this as we do now, it wouldn't get that enhancement, because what we do is for the 36-month period, we break up into 12-month segments, and we apply the limit at the beginning of that window. So in this case, the beginning of that window is still 2025. So you can see how the enhanced comp limit is not present here. So in this case, if you average it out to about 181,000, that month in January in no way gets enhanced. So this is one way of how not to do it. Next slide, Bonnie. So here we have scenario 1B, and let's just kick this up a year to, January 2027. So now this person has about a year and 1 month of post 2026 credit. Now, in this case, you see in that first period there, the 285,000 is being accounted for because that's the limit as of the beginning of 2026. And so that's going to average out to about final comp of 217,000. This is also not the way to do it, because if you simply take the 217,000 and apply to their service, it's going to apply to their service in 2025 and prior. So what that's going to do is cause a retroactive enhancement. So this is also not the way to calculate it. Next slide, please. So here it gets a little more complicated, but what we have to do is basically bifurcate the service on or after January 1st, 2026, calculate it with the enhanced limit. And then for anything before that, 2025 and earlier, you use what's currently the unenhanced limit. So in this case, if you have only 1 month in January 2026, you're essentially using that higher limit of 285,000. What's interesting here is that generally when you have less than your 12 or 36 month period, you're essentially annualizing that benefit. So even though it's just 1 month there, if you annualize that out, it becomes 285,000. And then for the service before 2026, of the unenhanced service, you just take the unenhanced final comp numbers, average that out, and that comes out 181,000. So you kind of have this like 2-tier calculation if you do the 2026 service versus the pre-2026 service. And you can see how we kind of I laid this out for the service retirement calculation. It's 2 different numbers for 2 different levels of service. What's interesting is when you get down to, let's say, service-connected disability retirements, we all know that for that, you get a minimum of 50%. But then how would you calculate that? If you say only have 1 month of service in 2026, would it make sense to then they just get half of 285, even though most of their service might have been prior to that? So this calculation essentially demonstrates that you have a prorate based on how much service credit you have before and after. And that'll give you, again, it complies with the prohibition on not enhancing any service prior to 2025. So I know I kind of went through a lot there, but I'll stop for now and kind of, catch you up to see if you have any questions on what I just explained.
Mr. Kehoe, I should say Mr. Moore and then Mr. Kehoe. You didn't push.
Not on this one. I'll have a comment in general. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. I'm sorry, you're going to go?
You have a comment?
I have a question. Scenario 2 FCC that you're putting forth here. There's an assumption in the calcs, right? Tell me if I'm wrong. This is looking at if the employee retired March of 2026, right? Or
right.
This is not, so 10 years from now, the final comp period, 36 months would reflect the weighted average of 285 if this bill passed, right? That's what would be utilized.
I'm glad you are asking that. So yes, this example is sort of going to this transition period where we don't quite have 3 years after 2026. But yes, let's imagine the bill does get enacted and it's now 2036 or 10 years out. Bonnie, if you can actually go back to the slide with the limits, I think that's slide 4. Well, if it's now 2036, you would take all the service from 2026 to 2036 and use the enhanced limit. And by that time, you're going to have all the higher numbers from the defined benefit limitation. But for all of your service prior to 2026, you would still use the unenhanced limit. So you're just going to have this 2-track calculation here. Because again, you cannot enhance.
You can't go retro according to Pepper law. Yeah, so it is bifurcated. So
yes,
it's moving forward. Thanks for the work on it. That's a good spreadsheet. Thanks, Barry.
Okay, so Bonnie, if you can go to slide 8. Yes. So now everything I talked about final compensation. And again, think about the formula: final compensation times service gross times the H factor. Now apply all of those concepts to the H factor, because the H factor is also getting enhanced here. So let me go through this chart here. So PEPRA currently has 3 safety tiers. That's the basic safety plan, the safety option plan 1, and safety option plan 2. You can see those sections here, 7522.25 B, C, and D. And those current formulas right now are 2% at 57, 2.5% at 57, or 2.7% at 57. Now, we have safety PEPRA safety plan C. What plan are they in? PEPRA currently says that you would have to look at the classic safety plan B safety, and then find a plan here that's the closest plan that is lower than that plan. Well, plan B safety is at 2.62% at 55. So as you can see from this chart, that would be safety option plan 2, because that plan is 2.5% at 55. That's the closest plan that's lower, and that's why our safety plan C people are in safety option plan 2, 2.7% at 57. So what the bill is proposing, it's new factors, which you can see in the last 2 columns. It would be 2% at 55, 2.5% at 55, 2.7% at 55, and then a new tier, 3% at 55. So the way this is going to work is right now our plan C safety are at 2.7 at 57. For all new members that begin membership in 2026, they're going to get the same percentage under the new plan, which would be 2.7% at 55. So that would be applied to new members. Although the employer, the plan sponsor, and employees can negotiate for a lower plan possibly. But now what about existing members? Our existing members at 2.7 at 57, they're also going to be at the new plan, which I think is intended to be 2.7 at 55, but some of the language here might need some fine tuning because it talks about the closest plan to the current plan. Well, if the current plan is 2.5% at 55, the closest plan would appear to be the one that's lower. safety option plan 1 at 2.5% at 55. I don't think that's what the bill's intending, but that might need some technical fine tuning. But the intent is to put the current members at 2.755 as well, in line with the new members. Now, along with that, that's the default. The plan sponsor and the employees can negotiate for a higher plan. In that case, that would be the next level at 3% at 55. But now you can see how, what we just talked about final comp in terms of the enhancements. This is enhancing the other part of the benefit formula. And so yeah, with that, I'll stop seeing the other questions.
Mr. Chair, if I may. So I'm sorry, Barry, I didn't catch your nomenclature. The basic safety plan is also known as safety B, right? What you have listed on this benefit formula.
I was mentioning safety B because the way you determine what PEPRA plan safety C should be in is whatever is the next lower plan from safety B that's closest to it.
Right, but on this chart, basic safety plan is right now current formula at 57, current formula at 55. That is those numbers reflect safety B, right? Basic safety
no,
plan.
safety C. So safety C is currently in safety option plan 2.
Right, and safety B is.
Oh, safety B is not on here. It's in the memo. I mentioned they're at 2.62% at 55, but they're not on here.
And okay, 50, it's lower. Okay, so this is strictly, these are the options presented in the bill.
Correct. In other words, these are the enhancement options that are in the bill. Again, some other systems, they might have a lower one of the other plans. So it's whatever, at least for new members, whatever the corresponding increase factor is that will be applied.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Do they select the plan when they start, or with this bill, they can select?
No, the plan is predetermined. So again, the plan is determined based on what the classic safety plan is. And so whichever plan here is the closest plan that is lower than the classic plan, that's the plan. So for us, it's safety option plan 2. For another system, it might be the basic safety plan because their classic plan that's how it turns out. So there's no choice. It's just predetermined. But again, we have 20 systems here. Our plan is plan 2 here. The other systems might have the basic plan or plan 1.
Trustee Fowler.
Thank you. I have a question and I just need a little clarification. The first part of your discussion was with respect to the enhanced maximum or whatever. Yeah. Does that apply to everybody that's in PEPRA, or is this bill entirely only for safety members?
No, that's a good question. So the comp limit applies to everybody, includes general members.
Okay.
That's on the final comp piece, which is a comp limit. This piece of it is the H factor. It only concerns safety members.
Okay. And both elements are in the legislation that you're discussing right now?
Yeah, the current version of the bill, which I attach, has the language for the comp limit and these H factors.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Do you have more presentation?
No, those are the main points I want to highlight. Again, it's the comp limit and the H factors. So I'll have you take additional questions.
So I'd like to make a comment.
Okay.
I think that we as an organization should support this bill. And I think we should, from the perspective of LACERA as an organization with our employees, we're about ready to hear a report where we're raising compensation limits to these levels that are not covered under PEPRA, that would be covered with this enhancement. And we have other employees here within the organization that fall within that category. To me, it's a recruitment and retention issue. It's not just us, it's every single employer, but we are also impacted by that. The question about this applying, it applies to everybody, not just safety. I understand the the formula enhancements that they threw in for the safety side doesn't apply to us, but the limits do. And I think it's really important for us as an organization to show support for our employees. And the other thing we have to realize is that those at the higher compensation limits pay attention to this stuff. They pay attention to the benefit package. They pay attention to what that is and comparable with other groups outside of California, right? So we're competing sometimes with nationwide pools. So I think that when we look at this, us as an organization benefits by this bill. And the fact that it does not retroactively apply, the fact that it is built in prospectively helps offset any of those additional costs that would be covered. We'd be covered it, the actuaries can identify it and be able to make sure that we're properly funding it. So I think that this is a good, mild enhancement to the formula. I know that we, in general, as a pension system, like to stay away from any type of enhancements, and that is true for the most part. But this one has a direct impact on us as an employer, and I think that we should support it as an organization. And that would be my motion to support this.
I'll second that motion with a comment, if I may.
If I may, through the chair, just general comments on the management side. I appreciate, Trustee Kehoe, your perspective of us as an employer. I'm a Pepper member. I would definitely benefit from something like this. But in Sacramento, the way they'll see it, as a pension system, they'll see it kind of from the pension system side. I don't think they'll bifurcate that from an employer between a pension system. I think we'll probably be standing alone in this as it relates to us supporting kind of benefit enhancements. And I know that historically that hasn't been a position that we've taken, but I just wanted to offer that perspective that I think Sacramento won't see us as LACERA the employer. They'll see us at LACERA as the pension system supporting the bill.
If I may, as a quick rebuttal, we have the power of the pen, and we can simply explain that in our support, that we as an employer employ 500 plus employees, some at the high compensation limits, and we see this as a benefit for us as an employer. We are not speaking on behalf of the benefit enhancement for us as the administrator of the fund. We can clarify that, we can state that. However they receive that is on them, as we can't control how other people process the information, but we can provide that information.
If I can continue with it, Mr. Rice, if I may. I would also rebut that as fiduciaries, and you've heard me talk about this before, for sustainability of the funds as our primary role as fiduciaries, also as employers, and I agree with everything that Mr. Kehoe said, especially their perception of it. But as fiduciaries, it is responsible for us to look way into the future. And there is a serious threat to reduction in population, including higher contribution population to this fund for its sustainability. So I think it fits a couple different things, and also as an employer. Mr. Rice.
Mr. Rice.
Yes, through the chair, Chair Robbins and trustees, I'd like to give some legal perspective on this, and I'll step back a little bit for the benefit of the new trustees. The legal structure of LACERA has two parts separated by a bright line. And this is a bright line that we've legally advocated and we think is crucial to the operation of our fund as pension administrators. LACERA, the joint boards as pension administrators. Those two halves are pension administration, which is performed exclusively by LACERA, and that includes the calculation of benefits, it includes member service, it includes other administrative functions. It does not include plan design. Plan design, which are the benefit formulas, the criteria that establish entitlement, is entirely the plan sponsor's responsibility and the legislature. LACERA has no role under the Constitution or under CERL for plan design. Now, the proposal the motion that's been made is to speak only as employer. From a legal point of view and the impact that this may have in terms of perception of what our fund is doing, not just as in terms of our operations, but in our legal position that we are asserting and have consistently asserted, is that this is going to be perceived, no matter what our letter says. When in the LegInfo database, it shows organizations that support and organizations that oppose. It generally doesn't break a given entity up into two parts. We're going to be perceived as LACERA, the pension administrator. So I think there's a significant risk that no matter how we write the letter, and if this does pass, it should be written as Trustee Keough described. But I think the significant impact of this is that LACERA as plan administrator is probably going to be standing alone, as Mr. Lugo said, in taking an affirmative position on this bill, as opposed to just watching it. Watching it is a prudent position. That was the recommendation of the IBLC. I'm fearful of collateral impact of the organization, even as employer, that taking a position on this significant change, it's not a minor change, is a significant change that's going to dramatically affect the liabilities that the plan sponsors have, and yes, LACERA as an employer has as well, but that primarily are the plan sponsors throughout the state, including the County of Los Angeles, have to fund their pension programs. So I would ask that you consider this legal input in making your decision. My recommendation would be that you maintain the watch position. Again, making this from a legal position, you maintain the watch position and not take a support position in any capacity.
May I follow with just a quick?
No, I want to go next.
Oh,
my turn.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to oppose the motion because I think staff's recommendation originally was the correct one. This is a union issue, not a LACERA issue. And I think the firefighters, God bless them. I wish them all the luck in the world in their legislative attempts and efforts. But I don't think this is LACERA's role. So if the motion before the board, which is the motion before the board is not one that I can support, so I'm going to be a no vote on the motion. Bobby.
Thank you. I just had a quick question for Mr. Rice. You said that there was a bright line, and I heard the what LACERA is on one side of that line. Maybe I missed the comparison you were drawing, but I didn't know what the other side of the line was, and I'm just trying to learn as I go here.
Yes, apologies if it wasn't clear. The one side of the bright line is pension administration. That's what LACERA does. That's our constitutional duty. We have plenary authority, exclusive fiduciary responsibility for the administration of the fund. That same language is in Cyril. That's all we do. We administer the benefits. The other side of the line, the other side of that bright line, and we don't have a role on that, this other side, is the setting of benefits. The entitlement to benefits, the benefit formula, that's plan design. And that is something that legally LACERA has no role in.
Okay.
As planned administrator, we don't have a role in that.
All right, thank you. I thought we were wearing two hats. You're saying we have only one hat and we need to keep that hat on and not model other chapeaus. Is that the idea?
LACERA, so the way I would think about it is this. LACERA exists to administer the benefits. That's why we exist. We don't exist to be an employer. We exist to, that's incidental to our hat as administrator. So if we have two hats, the size of our employer hat is not really even visible on our head. We have the administrator hat, and that's the hat we really wear. And then incidentally, in support of the administrative function, and I think this is another way of pushing it onto the other side of the bright line, is that the employer function is incidental to the performance of our administrative responsibilities. It has no independent purpose. LACERA doesn't exist for any other purpose than to support that fund administration.
Mr. Green, Mr. Kehoe, and Ms. Langdon.
Mr. Rice, I'm sorry, I was just gonna ask, no, that's right. My comments about fiduciary responsibility and the concern of, not addressing some of these unintended consequences of, I understand the legal standpoint, but there's no way to overcome that optics in any capacity if, you said both stances are prudent. I mean, obviously one would be stronger, but blurring the lines between administrator versus plan designer. To my point of my question is, how does that fall into, I feel very strongly about that some of these things, if not addressed, could have an impact to the sustainability and of our fund and unfunded liability. I've spoke to that before. So if you could expand on it, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we exist to administer the fund. It all goes back. The answer to all these questions, including this one, go back to the administration of the fund. The consequences of the plan design, which is what you're talking about, is not part of fund administration. We take the plan design and then we fund it, but we don't have a role in determining what the consequences are of the plan design. The plans, whatever the plan sponsor and the legislature decide is going to be the plan design. The consequences will be what they will be, and we on the administrative side don't argue with that. We simply implement it. We fund it and we administer and we pay the benefits.
Thank you. So I'll respectfully push back with you, Mr. Rice. I think what you're highlighting is political risk and not legal risk. And I think that that's the purview of this board to analyze and take care of that political risk. I understand what you're saying about the bright line. We're currently in litigation over employment issues with the county on these type of things. So, and to say that we don't have a voice in the matter when it comes to employee benefits, I disagree with strongly. I think, yes, we implement what the legislation provides to us, but this is an opportunity to help guide that legislation. And I think that us as an organization cannot simply say, oh, we'll just take whatever they give us. No, I think we have to realize that we have 500 plus employees, $146 million budget, and a lot of those employees within this category. I feel very strongly that these limits that were placed in PEPRA are poorly designed for our employees. And I'm talking about for our employees here at LACERA. So yes, it's going to benefit other employers as well. But here at LACERA, I think that we will literally be hearing a report how we're raising employee salary within this category that will now be limited on their pensionability under PEPRA. I think that we can't just simply stand aside and say, okay, well, we'll take whatever the legislation does. They're going to decide what they're going to decide, but this is us providing voice. And once again, they can take it however they want. They can interpret it however they want. But at the end of the day, we can very clearly state that we're saying this as an employer. We're not representing the plan design. We're representing this as an employer. And ultimately, they're going to decide how they're going to move forward, which is why I voiced the support for the position. And I just wanted to expand on some of the thoughts here, and I want to be careful about whenever we limit ourselves as a board and our voice. Thank you.
Chair Robbins, if I might, and Trustee Kehoe and trustees, I won't relitigate the issues, the statements I've already made, except to say that I'm giving legal advice, not political advice.
Mr. Moore, then Mr. Rue.
Okay. I think we would be better in communicating our position internally than externally. So supporting our employees as an employer and taking a watch position as a plan administrator is easily explainable to the 500 people who work for us. They understand the position that we're in. It's the external, people who will make an issue out of this if they so desire for no reason other than we're dealing with politicians. And why give them something that they could beat us over the head with? So I'm gonna support my chairman, and I'm gonna have to be a no, because I feel it's easier for us to manage this internally with our people understanding our position than it is anybody externally.
Mr. Rue?
I can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Great discussion, lot of great information. I just had a quick clarification question on what is the motion at hand right now?
A support position to adopt a.
The motion is to take a support position on the firefighter legislation versus a watch position.
Okay, so it's not the staff recommendation of neutral. If we were to adopt this position to staff, is this only a BOR decision? Does this need to go to the BOI as well? Because it would have fiscal impact, right?
That's a BOR.
I didn't know. I couldn't hear what he said.
This is a BOR. BOR can independently support or oppose.
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
I agree with that. It's a BOR decision.
there's a fiscal impact associated with this. So to our fund, so the BOI does not weigh in on it at all? No?
Now, this is a board of retirement issue.
Yeah. But then if this passed, there would be could we get an analysis of what are projected, the difference between pre AB 1383 and on the fund? What was that again? Did we go over that?
Could I just mention that it's a prospective change? So the actuaries would apply this prospectively. So there would, in theory, it should be cost neutral because it's a change going into the future.
Right, but just to see the projection of obviously at the current rate, we would be paying out X dollars to our pensioners and future pensioners, but with the change, it would be a different higher rate, right? Am I assuming that correctly, staff?
If I can, through the chair. So trustee Rule, we would actually do an actuarial valuation if that bill were to be implemented. And that would look at payments out 30, 40 years, current active employees. So you would have to actually, forecast that out. So there would be an impact, but I'm not going to speculate because we haven't done an actuarial analysis to that, but we would. Should the bill pass?
Chair Robbins, if I may. So just some additional information on this. So the SACR's Ledge Committee has looked at this bill and they're not recommending a position to SACR's on this. They're essentially staying neutral on this. But one of the things that the SACR's chair of the committee has floated was to do a sample analysis. He's the CEO of the Sacramento County Employees Retirement System, to do a sample analysis using his own members' data to see if the actuary can provide some guidelines for maybe other systems to infer, what would these additional costs be. I don't have any further updates on that. One of the sticking points might be the fact that I'm not sure if there's consensus amongst the systems to pay for that kind of sample study. But that's where it stands in terms of any potential cost to, raising the age factor as well as, raising the compensation limit. And also in negotiating a lower 50-50 cost for the employees.
If we were to do an actuarial study on our members, there would be how long would that take? That would take quite some time, right?
it would take time. I wouldn't be able to tell you specific timelines.
Yeah, if that's the desire of the board, we can look at an actuarial impact. Table this and look at the actual impact on not only LACERA, but just as a whole, this particular legislation, if that's the will of the board.
You know, so is there a time frame on when we have to support or this bill by?
So there's no time frame as to what we could do, but the legislature has a time frame. The legislature generally ends around September, and then there's a month into October when the governor can sign or veto a bill. I think as far as right now going to summer break, I think this needs to pass at least the first house before the summer, and then after the summer break in July, it needs to pass the next house. So it's not so much our schedule, but really the legislature's schedule.
You know, I hear what Trustee Kehoe is saying, and I do want to be supportive of our members and our pensioners. However, at the same time, I don't feel comfortable voting at this time because I don't know what the fiscal impact is going to be. Clearly, it's going to be an increased cost, and we do have not only a responsibility to make sure our members get the maximum amount, but at the same time, it's less the BOR, it's more BOI, but then we want to make sure the fund is healthy as well. And if we're paying out more because of this change in the law, which we have no jurisdiction over, then there could be impacts that we don't know about. So I don't know if the maker of the motion would entertain an amendment to say if we could table it and ask for an actuarial to be done first so we could see a better picture of the fiscal impact.
Can I ask Steph, how long do we think it would take to do a?
Ted Granger will come up.
Perfect.
And I would add to that, you know, as far as simplifying it, not without speculating on potential negotiated variances in the contribution rate at 55 or whatever, just as written to get a slice of it, you know, I mean, that would be my ask for, you know, so it would quicken the process. Thanks, Ted.
Right. Absolutely. Just the difference, just to make it as simple as possible, just to give us a baseline. Yeah, it doesn't have to get super complicated.
So good morning, Ted Granger. We've had some preliminary discussions about this bill with Milliman, our consulting actuary. There are some challenges. The actuary basically can calculate anything we want that we ask them to do. There are some challenges with this bill. There are certain things that are, quote, sort of fixed that seem to be written into the law. There are some things that are going to be variable. Trustee Green mentioned some things that could be negotiated. So there would have to be some assumptions that would have to be made to do those calculations. It's a little bit early, perhaps, in the stage of this particular bill. I'm not as familiar with the legislative process as Barry is, but the actuary and I had a conversation about as soon as things are solidified with this bill, they would be happy to run those calculations. It seemed like we were a little bit too preliminary. Now, that doesn't mean we can't do that. At the board's pleasure, we can do some calculations if we want to make some assumptions about what these provisions are going to be. I hope that makes sense.
I would say, you know, looking at the increased cap to the federal limit, to have it simplified, and then whatever that one option, you know, the third, what Barry said that we would be at because of our level, right? Just simple. That would give us a slice of it, project out without, you know, messing around with anything else.
If I could just suggest maybe Trustee Rube, maybe you can just do a substitute motion to do exactly what you're saying, and then see how that goes, rather than us have to amend the existing motion.
Sure, I could do a substitute motion to ask for an actuarial study, a general actuarial study on the impacts of AB 18. Is it 1833? Yes, 1833. I mean 1383. On the impacts of our payouts of the fund. Staff could clean that up to make it easier.
there a second to, is this a new motion?
This has substitute.
Are you withdrawing your motion?
No.
No, I'm just keeping it, and then it makes it cleaner.
I need a second to this.
So my motion would take the vote first, and it would basically we would, if mine's pass, it would not to my understanding, Trustee Kehoe's motion would not be voted on. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because I'm asking for additional time for more information to come back to us. I don't know if I have to put a time frame of 30 days or 60 days or next meeting or the meeting after that, but within a time frame that we could still support or not support this bill.
Come back to the, it would come back to the insurance committee.
I would say the full board, since we're already discussing.
So which motion do we have before the board?
David, we need a second.
There's no second to Mr. Rue's
There needs to
motion
be a
yet.
second.
Motion dies for lack of a second. We're back to the original motion, Ms. Langdon.
Thank you. I know we have discussed this, but it's being sponsored by the professional firefighters. Part of it applies to safety and the other part does not? Or is it?
That's correct. So the formulas are the safety formulas only, so they only apply to safety members. General members have a different formula, that's not in the bill, but a compensation limit would apply to general and safety, as well as the negotiation for different 50/50 normal costs.
So it would affect the people that LACERA employs?
Yes, for us being general members, we would be affected by the comp limit.
Okay. And Mr. Rice, I know you indicated that you are providing legal advice. Is that under what Searle gives LACERA and pension plans authority to do, or what they have authority over, jurisdiction over?
Yes, it's based on the Constitution and it's based on Searle.
Is this something that this is something that the unions should be supporting. Obviously, the California firefighters are the ones that filed it. Can we encourage our unions to support it? Or is that the same thing?
It's really the same
Okay.
thing.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay.
I've got a comment, and then Ms. Fessler's next, and then Mr. Oakham is next.
Where's that?
I guess I'm gonna go back to my original comment, and there's a couple of reasons why I still
Okay.
won't support the
React,
motion.
okay.
Number one, if we take a support position on this, it's the first time in my knowledge we have ever, as an organization, taken a support position on a bill of this nature. It's against our long-standing legislative policy. So I'm not going to change my position on that, number one. Number two, this bill is going to get amended how many more times before we see what the final version of it? We're sitting here talking about doing an actuarial or taking a position on something that we have no idea what this legislation is going to look like by the time they get done chopping and hacking and adding and subtracting from it. I think we're just way ahead of ourselves. It is a union issue. It is not a LACERA issue. I'm still a no vote. And Ms. Fessler.
Thank you. I appreciate the concerns for our employees and the broader concern for government agencies in general in recruiting and retaining employees as time goes on and more folks start hitting this limit. I absolutely agree. It was a stupid element of the law when it was enacted. However, I also think that LACERA needs to maintain neutrality in these kinds of issues. I appreciate what Mr. Rice provided by way of an explanation of the scope of where we should, we have a lane, and I think we need to stay in our lane. I like the idea that was raised about communicating to our employees the hope of the board that there is some relief from the arbitrary and artificial cap on what is eligible, what earnings are eligible. But we need to make sure that what we do is consistent with what what the scope of our authority and responsibility is. And so I will be voting no on the motion as that's before us at the moment.
Mr. Oakham.
As any other, and I think you said that no other pension plan is supporting this. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge. So basically the support for this, as you've seen in the memo here that I've updated, it's lots of firefighter unions on the support side. On the opposition side are interestingly not individual plan sponsors, but their member associations, such as the California State Association of Counties and the League of California Cities. They represent the counties, like 58 counties, I believe over, I can't remember, it's 285 or 485 cities, most of which are under CalPERS. I did view the committee hearing on this bill, and again, lots of individual firefighters supported, and I believe a couple of general member unions also came out in support. But as far as retirement system plan administrators, none have supported or opposed.
Okay, we'd probably be a little premature. I think you said it very well, Les and Bobby, that this thing is going to change drastically. I've got one question, Jason. I read yesterday that the LA fire is missing $800,000. Did you see that? Anybody? With the president and somebody else?
I know, I would say that, I appreciate that. It's LA City.
And that's what I mean, LA City, yeah, not LA County.
I would say that's a point of
Mr.
order.
Chair, I think that's beyond the scope of this discussion.
No, I know, I was just.
Right, I think that's a point of order. Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Oakham, are you, any other, may I continue? And I guess this is a question to Barry, Mr. Liu. I'm looking at the amendment. It was penned in 21, and I just want to be clear on some nomenclature here. The sponsor is the California Professional Firefighters, but it was authored by a Democrat, McKinnon. Okay, so it's not the California Professional Firefighters. I have to stand tall in front of that. And this was put forth by a a legislator in the California Assembly with a sponsorship, which happens all the time. Mr. Liu, it looks like we've got an amendment here. It still looks like it's going to be passed to probably another committee. It looks like do not pass to appropriations, but there's a lot of room here, right? That before this thing gets finalized, to the point made earlier.
Yes, and I think we were talking about the legislative schedule earlier. So currently, excuse me, the bill has passed the Assembly Policy Committee, and the author is actually the chair of that committee. So the next step would be for it to pass the Assembly itself, the entire floor. That date, it looks like it.
Which could be recommended to go to another committee, right, at the Assembly?
Well, so yes, if it passes the originating House, which should be the Assembly, it would then need to move over to the Senate. And then the Senate has its own retirement policy committee that it would need to pass, and then would need to pass the Senate floor before it goes to the governor.
And then the governor would have to sign it. Okay, thank you for that. And I love the robust discussion. And I think there's a lot of room here. The IBLC made a recommendation here, and staff, goes with a neutral thing. There is missing information here. We're possibly putting the cart before the horse, though I absolutely am passionate about fixing this genie, that getting it back in the bottle, so to speak. That being said, I would, if it's appropriate, I would like a substitutive motion to table this for further discussion. If this is appropriate, Mr. Rice, until we have more information and we know what this thing's going to look like.
I'll second that.
Yes, it can be tabled to a date certain.
Okay. I mean, I can count to 5 too, but shouldn't we just do a watch on us? And then that's going to be the same thing, because then if we do a watch, then we're going to get report outs on any changes to the motion. I would.
That's a great point, and I think, like Mr. Rice said, they're both a very, I don't know how you worded it, Mr. Rice, but they both have a voice position. I retract my, as long as the seconder, I retract my, it's a great point, Mr. Kehoe. I retract my motion. if
Yeah,
possible.
my recommendation is let this current motion go. And we'll vote on it, and then then the next one would most likely be a watch if this one doesn't pass.
So are the maker of the motion and the seconder of the motion in agreement what we're gonna do here?
No, I'm suggesting no change. I'm suggesting the current motion stays on the table. Let's vote on it, and then we'll.
Just to take a support position.
Yeah, that's my current motion.
Call for the question. Mr. Harris, you.
Well, just in case Mr. Robbins falls out in the next 4 or 5 seconds, I just want to make it clear that I would be a no vote on this also, for all the reasons he stated.
Let's vote on the motion.
Okay, great. So the motion is to adopt a support position for AB 1383. Mr. Green.
Aye.
Mr. Raza.
No.
Mr. Moore.
No.
Ms. Langton.
No.
Mr. Oakham.
No.
Ms. Fessler.
No.
Mr. Rue.
Could I abstain?
Sure.
Okay.
Abstain.
The motion fails with six noes, 1 abstention, 1 yes.
Thought there were 2 yes.
Thank you very much.
Now, we can make a motion to
I'll make a
adopt
motion.
staff
to support
recommendation.
the, IBLC's position on a watch position.
I'll second it.
Okay, so this is going to be for a watch position on AB 1383. Mr. Green.
Aye.
Mr. Razzo.
Aye.
Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Ms. Langton. Aye. Mr. Oakham.
Aye.
Ms. Fessler.
Aye.
Mr. Rue.
Yes.
Chair Robbins.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Liu, for the analysis and the work on the calculations and the staff, and Mr. Rice for your legal analysis and dissertation. Thank you.
Item J, Sacker's officer election.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Robbins. At this point, I'll request the board to just do a receive and file for this particular item. We do not have a delegate, either the CEO or a trustee attending Sacker's next week. We have the BOI meeting next week. So under Sacker's bylaw, we need a CEO and or trustee in the business meeting in order to vote for the elected or the candidate positions that are before you in your board packet. So at this point, I would recommend receive and file unless the board would want to vote, but at this point, we won't have a representative there,
We don't have a single trustee attending Sacker's.
not a single trustee.
I have a question. So if somebody from the Board of Investments is attending, that doesn't cover our,
No,
Yeah.
if I may, so the current policy on the voting delegates for Sacker's, it's only the BOR trustees. So no, there's no separate BOI list for that.
Oh, so BOI members cannot act as a delegate at Sacker's?
No, unless they're happen to also
I
sit on the
know.
BOR, but it's strictly a BOR list.
Okay.
But that's internally determined. So, and that's been our longstanding policy.
And they have to attend the business meeting, which is on the last day, correct?
Mhm, correct.
Okay.
Is that Friday
It's on the Friday
in
morning.
Sacramento?
No, it's in Palm Springs area. Palm Desert. Rancho Mirage, right.
So do you want a motion to receive and file or?
Yes,
There might be some trustees that may be able to attend the business meeting, so maybe we can take a vote, and should somebody
Okay.
decide to go for Friday, we could have that available.
if that's exactly, if we're gonna have a voting delegate, then I would recommend voting.
We need a motion.
What's the board want to do? What the hell are we gonna do, folks?
So.
Adopt the slate.
Adopt slate.
Adopt the
I'll
slate.
second the motion.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and take a vote. Mr. Green?
Aye.
To approve the slate of officers for the Sackers election.
If we
Mr.
have it done,
Raza?
we get to go.
Aye.
Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Ms. Langton?
Aye.
Mr. Oakham? Ms. Fezler?
Aye.
Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Chair Robbins?
I'm an aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay. We're on item 11, which are A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and they're all reports.
We have a presentation for this.
And we're gonna take item A because there is a report. Everything else is in your packet, so. Louis.
Great, thank you. Again, Chair Robbins, trustees. Point of clarification, Bonnie, we no longer have the consultant. So this is an informational item. The consultant had a time commitment and he is not going to be present today to present his overall compensation study results. We will have the consultant come back next month, but what I would recommend, this is an informational item. I can certainly answer questions as it relates to the memo. I do have a few comments as it relates to the process. So if I may, I'll just share some general comments. So organizationally at LACERA, we strive to be an employer of choice, both for prospective and current team members. We realize compensation serves as an important lever when looking to attract, retain, and motivate top talent. Independent classification and compensation studies ensure we're examining our salaries and our job classifications against comparable markets such as industries and geographic location. During my tenure at LACERA, we've had 4 different classification compensation studies, and we're actively working with HR to have a better cadence organizationally around our classification and compensation studies. This particular classification compensation study for investments was requested about 3 to 4 years ago through the BOI. These studies, usually the result of a classification and compensation study is brought to the Joint Organizational Governance Committee. It's a joint board decision when it's presented by HR as it relates to the findings of those classification studies. In this instance, we're looking at a 2-phased approach. We're looking at phase 1, which was basically the initial market study that was done by the consultant CBIZ, and looking at some salary adjustments within investments to their entry-level positions, specifically the FA2 and the FA3 position within investments, which is their 2 entry-level positions, and adjusting those individuals that are still within the pay band that currently exists to market. And the memo in detail explains that process and that methodical approach. The study again aims to accurately identify the job titles, responsibilities, determine competitive compensation, and also explore external market, evaluate equity. And then the other request that was made for this particular study with the BOI was the introduction and exploration of an incentive bonus compensation plan. Mr. Joe Rice will review some of the primer next month at the BOR meeting. It was reviewed last month at the BOI meeting, but the phase 1 is really looking at under the CEO's delegated authority, making those FA2, FA3 adjustments, those one-time adjustments. Phase 2 is more comprehensive. It explores the classification changes potentially within the different job classifications under investments, as well as the bonus and incentive plan exploration. What's in the market and potentially what are some options here for the board, for the joint board to discuss. So that phase 2 approach and option will be presented to the joint board at a later date. So the goal wasn't to have that robust conversation now because we still have a lot of elements to put together and bring before the board. So those are just some high-level comments. Again, I was hoping the consultant was here to walk through that. He'll be here next month. And with that, I'll stand for questions as it relates to the memo, phase 1. And if you have any phase 2 questions, I'll certainly answer those as well.
Thank you very much. Ms. Keough has a question.
Okay, so you've been discussing this with the BOI for about 3 years now, right?
3 to 4 years,
3 to
at least
4
since
years.
I've started, yeah.
Okay. BOI has half authority over the budget. This is a budget issue. The Board of Retirement needs to be more engaged in this discussion. I appreciate that this has a direct impact on the investment side of the shop. I appreciate that this is definitely a huge issue for the BOI, but the BOR should not be, looped in 4 years later and told, hey, about, this is what we're doing. I would like to recommend that in the future, as these discussions go on, as these presentations go on, I mean, the consultant can't even attend our BOR meeting to do this presentation. I think we need to get this tightened up. I think the BOR needs to be engaged more, and not just the JOGC issue. I understand the JOGC will ultimately make a recommendation to both boards, but the BOR needs to be a part of the conversation. I think it's really important. This is a huge part of our budget. This right here obviously is important. I fully support the recommendation, and I think it's good. And in general, I support the overall movement towards proper compensation for the BOI staff. But we got to stop treating this in a vacuum, and we need to loop in the BOR. That's my comments.
Trustee Kehoe, and again, I appreciate the comments, and again, my apologies, because no excuse for the vendor not being able to make time for this particular board. So apologies for that.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 12, items for staff review.
I did have one item. Trustee Kehoe requested that we look into the background checks process for new hires as it relates to item 10A, fiscal year 25-26 proposed budgets. Sure.
On item 13, items for future agendas. Anything? Nothing? Good of the order. Start with Mr. Green.
I appreciate everybody's work on the stuff today and cleaning up some stuff from the JOGC. So thanks for that. Glad to be here, and that's it.
Thank you for all the reports. And what's coming up? Mother's Day, Sunday. Don't forget your moms.
Harris?
Thank you. Yes, thank you to the staff. You guys really continue to impress me with how knowledgeable everyone is and how responsive everyone is to questions coming from all different directions. So appreciate it very much. And yes, happy Mother's Day to all the moms.
Ms. Kehoe.
Thank you. I do have one announcement for the board. Sheriff Luna met with me last week and informed me that I would be promoted to the position of commander effective this Sunday. So humbling experience to take on that role, but I'll be moving on to take over oversight of the courts for our court services division. So hopefully you don't need my help on anything. So that's something bad. But yeah, thank you for all the support over the years from everyone.
Just another thank you to the staff for the great work. And also, I enjoyed the great conversation and discussion this meeting.
Just go. Okay.
Wayne?
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Moore today for illuminating us on the evolution of our HR and how far we have come. And we need that perspective so we don't rant all over you guys, but we appreciate your work, and it's great to hear that we have come so far. So thank you.
Mr. Oakham, you had a request on the adjournment today?
Yes, I would like to adjourn the meeting with the name of Rod Levy, who was 18-year-old senior at Loyola High School and was struck down by a drunk driver in Manhattan Beach. And this kid was the #1 tennis player. I mean, you read the bio, and he was very involved in the Catholic doings at Loyola High School. With a name like that, I gotta believe his mother is Jewish, but or I should say his mother's Catholic, because Levy is not a Catholic name, I don't think. Am I correct?
I don't
Okay.
think so, but you never know.
And it's devastating for these kids. Could you imagine? He was going to Virginia, obviously a brilliant kid, and he had everything going. There's a picture here that I got from the paper, and good-looking boy. And it's just unfortunate that something like this happens. And I know I say prayers all the time because I've got 6 grandkids and 2 daughters and 2 son-in-laws and sisters, that we never have to, as people, deal with something of that trend, and that is so tragic.
Mr. Rue, anything?
Just thank you to staff, and thank you for the robust discussion. And I do want to second Trustee Langton, what she said about institutional knowledge and giving us history. Chair Robbins, really appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything you want to add?
Yes, thank you, Chair Robbins. Congratulations, Trustee and Commander Kehoe, on your promotion. A couple of things. It's Public Service Recognition Week, so on behalf of the team, certainly not only the LACERA team, but obviously the nearly 200,000 public servants that we support. Certainly happy Public Service Week, and obviously to the folks on the dais that are either active or retirees, thank you for your service. We do have a couple of promotions that I want to briefly highlight within our Financial Accounting Services Division. We have 2 team members, Diana Huang and Mel Zhang, who are being promoted from accountants to investment accountants within the FASD division. Ms. Huang has worked for FASD for 16 years, where she provides investment accounting for LACERA's real estate assets and the in-house cash accounts. Ms. Zhang has worked in FASD for the past 12 years, where she is responsible for the investment accounting and ownership allocation of OPEB trusts. So congratulations to those individuals on their promotions. Thank you.
Very much. We are going to take a 20-minute break, go in and get some lunch, come back in closed session and get our disability cases in closed session out of the way.